from point A to point B, there will be always buy pressure because of the moving value from point A to point B. There is no moving value from point A to point B using, let's say, Shiba coin. Sorry for using third party. It's just an example of rubbish, not promoting nothing. So you can use this as something to move value, right? What you use to move value in a crisis? Bitcoin.
If you're equating Bitcoin to something like gold, yes, I guess you can equate it to that. Basal flow, like if you're saying nobody flushes the toilet, then the basal flow will ebb out after a couple of months. Sure, it'll take some time. That argument I kind of get. Nobody flushes, as in nobody presses buy or sell, then the flow will stop.
Do you know what was the basal flow in 2014 that prevented Bitcoin to go to zero? And in 2012, what I think, I'm not sure, 12 or 14. What was the basal flow that stopped it going to zero? Silk Road. Silk Road was the basal flow.
It don't matter, right? It's people pressing the buy button. Do you agree with me or not?
Yes, but people press the buy button sometimes for utility. In a very deep bear market, when the sentiment is extremely bad, 90% of those who are pressing the buy button are people moving value. And these will overrule the shorters, people shorting it, or the people wanting it to go lower, because there will be no selling pressure. People already sold, right? People already bet that no one is. Traders are when the sentiment is lowest, the people betting on the market to go down are already on cash, so they cannot make it go further low, right? And no one is buying because they don't believe it's going up. Who's buying? Utility. People who don't care about the fluctuation of the price, people who's not making money with the market, people who just want to make a move of a value from point A to point B. That's it. This implies a purchase. This implies buying, and buying accumulates, and price starts smoothly going up, up, up. And then the traders start to see where is this price movement coming from? Who's buying? They become confused. And eventually it breaks a resistance, and eventually it breaks another resistance, and that's it. And then to the moon.
You just described the intrinsic value of an asset rather than the speculative value of an asset.
But the intrinsic value of Bitcoin is the value as a service. When I see Bitcoin, I see the crypto market. I'm just talking about Bitcoin now because it's what governs the market right now. So don't think that let's be mature here. But the intrinsic value of Bitcoin is a service. What's the intrinsic value of my ticket, of my monthly ticket to use the train? What's the intrinsic value of it? Is the service, right? It's a service. I bought a service. Okay, so people say, what's the intrinsic value of Bitcoin? Doesn't exist, right? Cannot touch it. Yeah, you bought a service. You bought a service. That's the intrinsic value of Bitcoin. A service of trust on a decentralized system providing the capacity to move value. That's the intrinsic value of Bitcoin. No one ever said this. This is Top Cat, right? Top Cat said this. Everybody remember? Somebody asked you, what's the intrinsic value of Bitcoin?
Has the same value proposition, or maybe even better.
It's a service. Intrinsic value of Bitcoin. It's a service. It's not an asset. It's a service.
Go back to where you started. You said anything but Bitcoin, right? Not have a basal flow. Probably you're right in a sense, but I think we're just talking about different scale. So Monero, for example, has a probably more of a utility than a speculative primarily, and maybe
Yeah, I
because of
agree.
it, a speculative
I agree
asset
with you.
on top of it.
But not only Monero, there are others. When I say
It's an
Bitcoin,
example.
I'm just there are others. But they must have that they must have utility somehow to move value, right? As a service. Monero is an extraordinary way of moving value anonymously. It's an extraordinary service. That's why it's not going to zero. That's why it's stable in a bear market. That's why it cannot go under a certain threshold. There are others. Name them. But clearly not meme coins, right? Exclude meme coins. So the examples I'm giving here as a bad examples, be understood that I'm referring to the meme coins, right? I don't want to say names. It's the biggest crap ever invented. And they were so much popular during the bull market, right? What's the intrinsic value of that? Zero, nothing. And then you have other altcoins who may have intrinsic value, but they are at risk permanently because of the competition, because they didn't got adoption enough to have a community of trust enough. They might be replaced for another coins doing the same, exactly same thing. I appreciate Monero a lot because has resisted a lot to these new projects aiming to do the same and better. But what's different in Monero is not so good like many other anonymous coins. So why is there? Same reason for Bitcoin is the trust. The trust, community of trust it built. That's it. People use Monero, they sleep tight. They don't lose the sleep. People buy some other thing that is better than Monero. See what happened to Luna after 1 year. Monero is here for 5 years, 8 years. In 8 years, what happened to Monero? Nothing. It's been safe. Right? You need time, right? If a coin is there for 5 years, trust has never been broken. It's a good project. That's what gives X advantage. Even if in 2-3 years some copycat tries to invent something doing exactly the same protocol as X does, X will be on an advantage of one, having the community of trust, two, having the age enough, claiming that in 5 years never happened. The community has never been defrauded. So then the concurrents may come. It's too late already. People already have a product working with trust. It's over. See what happened to Bitcoin Cash? Well, Bitcoin Cash never succeeded. Did the same, even better than Bitcoin. Yeah, but
Isn't
the
Bitcoin
community of
Cash a
trusted
service?
Bitcoin.
Because there was a guy in here just the other day who said that he uses Bitcoin Cash to pay for things, which is surprising to me because I thought it was mostly a novelty using crypto to pay for things, but he claims it's a thing.
It doesn't surprise me. Come on, Bitcoin Cash is a coin. Any merchant can ask you to pay in whatever currency you wishes.
He may do it, but
Maybe
it's
even-
not practical for the masses. It won't have widespread adoption.
What makes you say that? I mean, I probably agree with you, but I'm more playing the devil's advocate. And what makes you say that, right? Because it is possible to use it as a payment form, and I even challenged the guy who did use it to pay, how easy it was and how long did you have to wait and so on. And he said it was no problem. You just show a QR code and it's done.
Look, in 2017, the whole year 2017, you could go to Subway, this restaurant, Subway, the sandwiches. It's very common in London, in Prague as well. And you could pay with Bitcoin everywhere, and many others. Was more popular to pay with Bitcoin back in 2017.
BTC
Now,
never actually used
Bitcoin
that service
BTC.
because we had the same here, like even for pizza delivery services and so on. And I used it once, and I'm gonna tell you, I would never use it again. They don't offer it anymore, but it took 1.5 hours, I believe, for a tiny transaction of like, I don't know, 11, 12 euros to go through, or dollars. Ridiculous. I don't think Bitcoin Cash has that particular problem,
Yeah,
though.
but usually they
That
accept
one.
the confirmation of the wallet, not the blockchain, right? Usually the confirmation of the wallet, sending from Electrum to Electrum, it would already triggered that it was sent, and they would accept it. So you didn't need to be waiting for the confirmation of the wallet. But just saying that is no longer available. Just saying that it was very popular in 2017 in many restaurants, and suddenly now you have more adoption with crypto, but less adoption. This is very weird. Because now we even have the Lightning Network, which makes it instantaneous. So you wouldn't have the problem you described with the Lightning Network. You could have it instant. But no one uses it no longer.
So I've just got a question. So in the title it says no third-party projects, but I hear you guys talking about all kinds of other cryptos. So is this like Russian roulette where you just hope you don't get banned, or what?
Sure. We're playing Russian roulette. No, look, can you talk about anything in crypto without mentioning Bitcoin? Of course, you could.
Well, I mean,
Is it-
you were talking about Monero and Visa and Bitcoin Cash and a couple of other ones, I think. I mean, I'm fine with it. I believe in. But
I mean, everyone knows them, right? Nobody is advocating to buy them, but I agree we shouldn't be talking about those. But you got to draw a line somewhere, and I think we can draw it right about here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
These two have been
yeah, we're mostly okay with established coins that have been around for 5+ years or whatever. But yeah, we don't want to be mentioning any new projects, anything like that, right? But Ethereum's okay, Bitcoin's okay. Obviously, any Richard Hart projects like Hex is fine, and then Pulse and PulseX are good. Once you start getting out of that, into other ones, then you start getting into trouble.
What about the people that sacrificed for free speech?
They can go make their own Telegram channel and have free speech there.
I believe that's what Twitter is saying at the moment. Sorry, I just wanted to edgy.
I got to see for the first time the debate between Eric Bull and Richard yesterday, and I can say that 30% of the time they were discussing dick sizes and stuff like that, and who's better than who, and who called it the top and the low more accurate than the other, and it was like it made me remember, when we were in school, and there were always these two irritant kids trying to be the best of the class, and the rest of the class is always boiling because they want to tell them they just to shut the fuck up, man. These two kids, these
But
annoying
those
kids,
two
trying to be
kids
the
know
best.
each other. Did those two kids know each other privately and agreed that they're going to do this in public to rile people up? Maybe not. In my opinion, that's what happened
Not
here. I'm
criticizing,
fine
just
with
describing
it,
what it
but
looked like. It's
it was
fine with
very
me, alright?
obvious from Eric Wall's side that he was playing a bit of devil's advocate most of the time. He didn't believe how the shit he said. I mean, it was cemented again
Yeah.
at the end when he literally
Saying,
said, "You're doing great work, keep it up." I mean, you can't hold that position at the beginning and then go a full 180 at the end, and then especially try to beg a way in to get a sacrifice or whatever, calls for free. Been following Eric Wall. Sorry, I'm eating. If you've been following Eric Wall for, I don't know, 2 to 3 years, you would know that he's changed his mind quite a bit by now. X and Pulse. I was very surprised with that interview because I remember the first time he interviewed. I mean, where he said Hex is the most ridiculous thing ever heard, and then he actually started looking into it later on. Versus the interview now, it's almost like two different people, considering who he was back then.
Could be a multi-personality disorder.
Yeah, or he's more interested in his bags than anything else.
Or he was acting for the documentary.
That's what I was thinking. Wasn't the best acting performance I've ever seen, but it was fine, whatever.
would like to see a debate between Richard Art and that Greek guy. You know, the Bitcoin Greek guy. Remember his name?
Andreas.
Probably Antonio's in the name, huh? Jonas.
And also with the other Eric, the blonde guy. Actually, when I saw that he was interviewing, he was debating with Eric, whatever, I thought was the blonde guy. Because this Eric Wolf, first time I didn't know about this Eric Wolf. I opened the debate expecting to see, you know, the bald guy, this Eric, whatever.
Long
Don't
or
remember
bold?
the name. So unfortunately, was other Eric.
You mean Ivan on tech? Because he already debated him, I think, twice. More than twice, I don't know.
Guys, I tell you this, if you don't have families, no kids, no wife, $1 million is enough for you to put a backpack and be free for the next 20 years. You will always find a country to settle, or a few countries to settle, and do nothing else in your life than just enjoy life. If you have a
Don't
family,
take your hardware
if you have
wallet
a
with you.
family, yeah, if you have a family, you need $10 million, not 1 million, you need $10 million. Then you have a house, you have school for your kids, you have a lot of shit, man.
I wouldn't even need $1 million to survive with a backpack and the shit that I would put in it, mate. I'm looking at it right now.
Say again, please. I didn't listen.
I was just saying I wouldn't need $1 million to survive on just a backpack, not the backpack that I carry.
If one
Yeah,
adult
but you don't need,
was set
you
with
don't need
$1
$1 million
million,
just
you
for
would
this. You
think
need,
a man, a wife, and 2 kids. You think you'd be okay with at least 4, right? You wouldn't need 10.
if you have a family, you need one day leave your kids with $1 million a house, right? So then you have only 8 million.
Oh yeah, okay. I forgot they can't make it
Then you have
themselves.
to pay all the school and provide and all this shit. And you still want to be able to do all of this and have your freedom. You'll maybe even need to hire people.
Talked me into the vasectomy.
So $10 million. For me, $10 million, I'm out.
I highly recommend you not to just give your kids money because they will never learn to live on their own.
No. Not give my kids money, but give them education. Put them in a very good private school where they stay away from crooks or the wrong crooks. In a very good school, they keep near the right crooks. If you understand.
We understand.
The most crooks I know and the most drug addicts I know came from private schools.
Because most drugs are quite expensive.
Yeah, it's a responsibility thing. They're wealthy people and they don't have any responsibilities, and they never gave responsibilities to their children, and the children get bored and they get to drugs, and then they don't have to pay for the drugs because they're getting free money, and you know, it's a responsibility issue.
No, but no free money. No free money. No free money. The private school might be expensive, but the kid will be with empty pockets. What do you think? If he needs money, he earns it. Have a different approach.
Yeah, that's typically not how I see those type of situations go. Usually the well.
Private school, public school, $10 million, $0. How you raise your kids, neither of those things should have any bearing on it whatsoever. You raise them the same to be a good fucking human being that can survive, provide for themselves, and help those around them. Period.
Yeah, but look, you don't tell your kids you're rich, right? Imagine when your kid comes to 20 years old, he's already a man. He had a regular life. He had to fight for what he needed because he didn't know the parents were wealthy. And suddenly on his 20th birthday, you give him the keys of a very nice car and the keys of a very nice flat with him already in the college. And what this kid will think, fuck, what the hell of a father I have, right? That's it.
I would not recommend doing that.
Why? Wouldn't you
Most people who, unless you train your kid, at which point you cannot keep it secret that you're wealthy. Sudden wealth syndrome is a problem. Don't just go, living on the edge to like, oh, free house, free car, etc. from one day to the other. That doesn't end well.
But you do this later, not when he's young.
When you do it, if you don't have an organic, self-earned process, it's not going to end well. That's all I'm telling you. It's my opinion. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I'm just recommending you not to do that.
So what you recommend? What's the point? What's
Yeah,
the good strategy?
Teach the kid
Listen, you're
to
both
earn for
you're
itself
both just throwing.
as early as you can.
What?
It's a pointless debate, guys, because really it doesn't matter money, no money, any of that shit. You raise the kids the same way, and it doesn't matter. Both of you guys are right, and I'm sure you could both pull off both ways. You just have to raise the kids right, man. It's more important now than ever.
But my point was that the way how you raise is more important than what money or when you give it. Like that part matters less. But definitely don't do frugality for 18 years and then just dump house, car, money on them. Like that doesn't work well either.
That depends, man. My eldest, he's early 20s, and I know if I dumped all that shit on him, he would still live his life the right way. He would just enjoy it a little more. A little less stress than having to pay for his current mortgage, etc.
Yeah, it seems like it's a very personal, case by case type of situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the time when people talk about this, they're really talking about, the binary stereotypes, rich kid, poor kid type approach, and it's just not that way at all. Again, it's simple, man. It's like I try and do with everything, make it simple.
You say about the public schools. I've been visiting some public schools here in Europe. Man, 90% of the public schools here are just bad behavior. Teachers don't giving a crap. Just survival, man. Just both teachers and both students just trying to survive there. And then there are some private where things work perfectly.
Would you say that survival skills are useful? Life in general.
What?
Would you say
Don't forget
that
about
survival skills
option.
are useful and yeah, would you say that survival skills are useful in life in general?
But you know what these survival skills are? That they don't learn nothing. Right? They don't learn shit, zero. They're just trying to
Survival skills then.
And teachers trying not to be eaten by students, and students trying to not be eaten by other students, and a lot of mess in the classroom, and learning zero. Is this the survival skills you want to give to your kids? Nowadays, it looks that the governments promote ignorance.
Yep, it works for them.
Sounds like you should move from your little location in Europe.
Shit, I thought he was talking about Chicago.
Sounds about similar.
It's everywhere.
No, don't put
90% of what you
it.
90% of what you learn needs to be taught at home. Home is
Yeah,
the
it's
school.
everywhere. I'm pretty close with 3 countries in Europe. One is Portugal, another is Prague, another is London. Don't tell me it's different.
What do you like more, Portugal or London?
Well, if I'm wealthy, I prefer Portugal. If I'm not
The
wealthy,
correct answer is Prague.
If you're wealthy and living in London, you're gonna have a bad time.
if you are wealthy, London is nice to spend weekends. If you are wealthy, London is nice to spend weekends. Portugal is nice to live, spend weekends in London.
You can live okay if you're not wealthy in Portugal. Like, it's not too bad, but I don't think you can live that well in London if you're not
You
wealthy.
cannot have, you got, no, because if you are wealthy, you have a better life in Portugal than in London. But if you are not and you have to work in Portugal, then it's different. But if you don't need to work in Portugal, wow, then it's country of your dreams. London is nice to spend the weekend, go to the Phantom of the Opera, having a nice dinner at the Duck and Waffle in the Skyline restaurant, enjoying the nightlife, going to a museum, enjoying the parks. I go there very often with a girl, spend the weekends. But staying there it's not, it's boring like shit.
Hey, Top Cat, I've got some survival lessons for you if you're open. So why don't we talk about, well, why don't we get back to crypto and talk about something near and dear to your heart, which is the crypto market cycle theory. And that goes, as you know, like this. In 2017, it was massively up. In 2018, it was massively down. The next 2 years, 19 and 20, were generally sideways trending up. And in 20, you had to have it. And then in 21, massively up. 22, which we're in now, massively down. And unless Wendy's for Tendies is wrong, 23 will be sideways trending up. 24, sideways trending up. The happening, and then in 25, massive up. So, where do we find ourselves right now? It's a great time to accumulate those sideways trending up years, the back-to-back years, culminating with the happening, which leads to the massive up. That's the time to accumulate. So that's my word of the day, compliments of Wendy's.
I have nothing to add. Congrats. That's it.
So as we try and make our way, and oh, woe is me, on and on and on, dudes, we're in an accumulation zone. It's not going to change this year, likely, even with the launch of Pulsechain. I mean, maybe mildly, but this is a massive down year. And boy, what are we down? 90, 93%, something like that. Next year, gradual up. year after gradual halving, and then massive up. So I'm not saying RH is timing the launch of Pulsechain, but boy, oh boy, it sure seems as if, you know, we're close to the bottom here. So wouldn't surprise me that he launches Pulsechain at the dead bottom, and then we've got basically 3 years of up.
Be cool if we all had a crystal ball and knew exactly where the bottom was. Then yes, sure is a
That'll be when Bitcoin capitulates, and we're not there yet. So I think we've got more pain, shock, horror, all that. But the bottom line is that crypto can go lower, a hell of a lot lower. But yeah, we're in a massive down year. And you know, my issue was when I basically came into Hex, I used the legacy finance model where you go balls deep on your entry, which is what I did. I mean, I went in heavy for the sacrifice, the Pulsechain sacrifice, heavy on buying Hex so I could build out my ladder. And what I didn't know was I was buying at the top because I didn't understand the crypto market cycle theory. And it's played out now, apparently, these 2 cycles in a row. I don't know what happened before 17. Maybe you can even extend it to 3 cycles. But it certainly looks like, the past 2 have been spot on.
Did you say before 2017 or before 2014?
Well, before 2017. So I don't really know what happened. That's too far in the past for me. So I just basically focused in on 2017 and up.
You can make it 3 because 2014, 15 wasn't all too different. It was a bit less altcoin stuff going on. So
But I can tell you, diving in balls deep certainly works for legacy. And Wendy's talked about the same thing too, right? I mean, in the legacy market, that's how it works. But in crypto, that's not how it works. You got to dollar cost average in over time because it's so volatile. No one really knows where the bottom is. No one does. And so, like I got filled at 6.1 or thereabouts this morning on Hex from USDC, and it immediately went down. So in a way, I sort of feel like I expect my orders to go down 20% or so, but I don't want them going down 50%.
I got a quick unrelated, well, more Pulsechain related question. It's about the front end. When you delegate, it afterwards says pending stake or like the amount pending. In my experience, that has never actually updated. So there, it just says TPLS staked, and it just says 0 TPLS, and it says the amount pending. But actually, when you look at the validator list, you do see the ones that have your stake. A bit confusing from a front end perspective. I was just wondering if this is just my issue or is anyone else seeing this? That's not obviously.
Yeah, I've delegated at least 10 to 12 times off of that website or on the the delegating front end, and have not had that problem. So if it's just sitting there pending, you might need to refresh browsers or all the basic IT type stuff.
But yeah, if it still pops up afterwards, then something's weird.
Yeah, I think typically it'll say pending if the validator you're delegating to isn't in circulation, isn't one of the top 33. So it could be that maybe.
Discord syndicates, so I'm just trying out different stuff, and I'm noticing I had this with another validator as well, so I'm just trying to figure this out. And it is a confirmed stake, so that's why I'm confused about the front end.
Are you putting in the more than the 0.1% required for the pool? Or are you putting in a smaller amount?
I put, what was it, above the 0.1%.
Toby, your mic goes in and out. It's real hard to hear what you're saying. I don't know if you're waving your phone around your face while you're talking or something, but it's hard to understand you.
No, it's from my laptop. I don't know what's up. I put in just about enough, like just above 0.1%.
What's the exact website you're on right now?
0.01%.
Oh, sorry, PulseX. What's the website you're on right now, Toby?
Stake.testnet or Pulsechain.com.
Sorry, slow down. Say again.
Stake.testnet.pulsechain.com.
Okay, that's why. So that's the original validation site. You need to go to stake.v2b.testnet.pulsechain.com.
I see, because actually I know how I ended up on this one. If you click on some links on PulseX, even on the V2B one, I think those are still leading to the old testnet. That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll drop the combat in the chat right here.
I know the link. I literally didn't look at the URL bar. That makes sense. I just thought that if you click on links on the V2B on PulseX, that those will lead to the V2B for Pulsechain also, but apparently not.
Yeah, just a quick word of advice on that is try not to click on links like that. Just if you know the URL, just type the URL. Links can lead you to places you don't want to go.
Oh, I mean, this is literally from the V2B PulseX testnet sites, the front end. I think they just didn't update the links.
Okay. I'm just trying to give you some general advice. That's all. You can take it or leave it.
If you click on the hamburger or the three dots at the top and the pulsex.com front end, it'll say PLS staking, and the link is just not updated. Just FYI.
Right, which kind of leads to my point of why you don't want to click on links generally, because anything can be behind a link. Any website can be behind a link.
getting back to the point that Wendy's made, most everybody that's in crypto for a cycle or so, they know all about these Bitcoin halvenings and the 4-year cycle and all that. But to see it put forth so concisely and in a usable fashion as to how you play it, that's why the notion of win Lambo and getting rich quick, I think is off the table, even with the launch of Pulsechain. Right? Everybody's like, oh, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be rich. Yeah, maybe, but maybe not. Maybe you have to be in this game for a cycle or so. I'd like to find out what the opinion is on that.
Well, I don't think it's the popular point of view in this room, Pepe, but it does bring some reality to the front, right? And win Moon, win Lambo, yeah, of course, everybody wants to see that kind of money. But I've thought of the same thing myself. Is this may take 3 or 4 years, not 6 months? Or everybody's talking 250x in 3 months and all this kind of stuff, and that's cool. That might spike up, but it might not, right? So there's definitely don't count your chickens before they hatch kind of approach.
Well, you know what, J Money? If the halvening cycle or the crypto cycle really is on this 4-year rhythm, that means 2025 is when anything is going to reach its max, its top. Yep. And just like in 21, right? HEX is no different than anything else in terms of how these digital assets work, right? So we saw in 21, what? HEX went up to 56 cents, and that was the massive up. We saw BTC go to almost 70K. That was the massive up. We saw, ETH go to, 4,700. We saw ADA go to 313. But now they're all down savagely, viciously. And so all I'm saying is, when you combine the view of that cycle, which appears to be intact, with some sort of dynamic DCA of your investment, I'd be a lot further ahead in the game if I didn't load up at 46.8 cents like I did back in September.
100%. It's a game of understanding how the game works, making decisions based on strategies of the game and not on emotions. And when we first get into this game, all we know is the emotional side, right? We see a chart, it goes up, it goes down, all these people made this money and I just lost money. And there's a lot of emotions attached to the decisions we make when we start clicking buttons on a deck or something like that, right? But you sit in this game long enough and you start watching this cycle like you're talking about. Like when I first got it, my buddy says, dude, you get in this thing, it's 4-year cycles. It goes up, it goes down, it does all this stuff. But I'm like, how is this thing on a schedule? And like, that's guaranteed you can make all this money. Like, this just sounds crazy to me, right? But you get in here and you learn about it and you see this cycle happening and you understand why the cycle happens every 4 years. It's not so crazy anymore. And you got to put the emotions aside and make business decisions at the end of the day.
Hey, J Money and Pepe, could the growing number of wallet users in all of crypto affect that cycle at all?
I mean, depends on how fast, I suppose. But like the cycle Pepe is discussing is the Bitcoin halvening, which is the trigger for these cycles. So who knows, right? And that's the crazy thing about the future of crypto. It's so new and so fresh, and it's it's dangerous. It's wild. It's you got to have certain security you can get taken from. It's the wild, wild west, right? And there was a point in time where the internet itself was the wild, wild west, and now it's not so much. There's more security involved. There's mass adoption. Everybody's using it. People people are banking on the internet or whatever. Right? So it got easier, cheaper, faster, safer, and crypto hasn't got there yet. And so the mass adoption itself will be the biggest run up for everything, right? And maybe I'm not wording that properly, but like we're early as fuck, right? When that mass adoption does hit, it doesn't matter what cycle you're in. Like you're going to be up from where you're at now, 100%, right? So I don't know 100% what'll happen with the market as adoption increases. To be honest with you.
Yeah, nobody does know, but let's say that another 1% of the world goes into crypto and every digital asset gets their fair share. That may mean Bitcoin may not go down 85% like it has in the past. That may mean that it only goes down 50%. But I'll tell you one thing. If HEX can go down 93%, everything else can go down 93% as well. And the whole halvening cycle appears to be intact. Now, I'm not saying it's the Bible, and Lord knows if we're in for 2 more years of gradual trending up from the bottom of the massively down period. But it wouldn't surprise me that it's going to take until 2025 to see the massive gains.
Yeah, I agree. Pepe, do you know like what percentage of the population actually invests in like legacy finance, like stocks and bonds?
I really don't.
Do you know what that percentage is?
No, I don't. That would be a good question.
Here's my angle. Here's my angle on that is like we talk about what percentage of the world is actually investing in crypto. I'd be curious to what that percentage is that's actually investing into like stocks and stuff, because right now it's an investment asset for most people in crypto, whereas future adoption might bring more of the everyday retail buyers, where it's different than legacy in that fact where you know with stocks you're investing, it's not how you're paying your bills. So there's a little bit different features with crypto as far as that's concerned, but I would just be curious on what that percentage of people that invest and kind of compare to how crypto works right now, which is kind of in the same place that like stocks are with Wall Street and trading and you know what I'm talking about?
Sure do. I mean, but it really depends on what you define as investing. You know, doing a paycheck by paycheck contribution to your 401k with an employer match, is that investing? Or is that savings? You know, so
no, that's investing in my opinion.
Could be, but I mean, there are some people that never move past that. So they're not like an active investor. They're not
right, but those funds are invested. Those funds are invested in speculative assets in the means of stocks and bonds and some other secure assets. That there's a certain percentage of those 401k portfolios that are in like the stock market, right? It's not all just super safe savings, slow growth. There's some risk depending on how far away you are from retirement. But that's no different than if you did a self-managed portfolio with your 401k. That's if you're into crypto right now, it's kind of what you're doing. If your goal is to create that retirement fund, right? Like HEX is a good vehicle for that.
Well, I think it's a fascinating topic. I think it's one that we should all keep, perhaps not at the forefront of our mind, but just generally recognize where we're at. And where we're at right now is the year that's pegged for going down a lot. And maybe we're already at max pain. Hell, I don't know. But I don't think Bitcoin's gone down as far as it's going to go, which means it could drag everything else down with it. And, you know, the question is, where do you buy in? Thank God for limit orders.
Yeah, I mean that's why people talk about DCA. Nobody knows obviously when's the right day to buy in. So if you're buying a little bit all the time, you're catching that average. You could take some risks with playing with the charts and stuff like that, but if you got a regular weekly purchase, whatever you got going for DCAs, I mean, average is better than losing out, right? But it's not better than catching the right dip.
Yeah, just to Pepe's point, like about this being like a market cycle or potentially longer. There's something I've been thinking about that I wanted to get some perspective on if anyone's willing to give it. It's just basically like the ceiling of the assets because of how many there actually is. So like obviously you got Pulsechain, PulseX, HEX, PHEX, incentive token. Like there's only a certain amount of capital, especially in a bear market. So obviously, you know, when everything launches, capital needs to be kind of divided between each asset. So I think my personal opinion is like these ideas that, you know, we're going to have like insane amounts like in the very beginning. I don't think it's going to be like that. And I think if it is, it's going to be very, very short term. People will sell out very quickly. And as it doesn't hit numbers that people expect, I think that will cause maybe even more major sell-offs. That's just an opinion of mine. And I think that because there's so many assets at once, you know, I think that also kind of like contributes potentially to the time and to how big of a gain you can get from each one, you know?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, that's kind of what I was getting at a minute ago is, you know, not being dead set that we're going to see, you know, 100x or 1000x in the first 6 months or, you know, all these numbers that people throw around. It would be cool. Like, it would be awesome to see those numbers, but it shouldn't be an expectation. So, yeah, I agree with your point 100%.
But I tell you what, J Money and others, the thing that this happening cycle has caused me to sort of ponder about is the vendetta-like approach that I've taken with respect to these mid-sized bag holders and up, including whales, selling, dumping on our heads. And I'm not really sure that's what they've done, because I think an argument can actually be made that at some point everybody has a magic number, right? At some point everybody in this room is going to sell. Everybody, me included. And I don't think there's anything wrong with shaving some on the way up, because who's going to defend the bottom? Who's going to create the bottom for Hex? Is it going to be like a breadcrumber, or is it going to be like a shark? And furthermore, if a shark has like 50,000 T-shares and no cash, what good is he or she if they can't create the bottom when the thing is tanking? And so I'm now of the opinion, rightly or wrongly, that having some dry powder to take advantage, like when it dipped to what 3.7 cents the other day, that's not the worst thing. And so I don't begrudge these mid-sized bag holders and up from shaving as it goes up. I mean, before it was like, oh my God, why are you selling at 30 cents? Oh my God, why are you selling at 40 cents? Why are you selling at 50 cents? Well, because it's the proper thing to do. And that's probably what we should do with the Pulse chain too. So I'm a whole new man. You know, the thing about this crypto market in general is just how strikingly different it is from traditional finance. You know, and that's where I've had a lifetime of experience. And I thought, oh yeah, I could just like slink over here to this speculative asset class, apply the same level of understanding and make out like a bank robber. But the fact of the matter is that this market is completely different. Until you understand where the foul lines are and how to play it, you're going to perform suboptimally. Now it helps, don't get me wrong, it helps to get in on like the launch of Pulsechain and the launch of, you know, PLS and PulseX and all the rest of that stuff. It's almost hard to go wrong. And maybe all you have to do is just hodl and you'll be good. Hodl, wait, you're going to be good. Because we believe in the founder. But the notion of coming in and just DCAing blindly, that can cost you a couple of years of performance. And so, you know, I look back on my Pulsechain sacrifice, and at the time I was upset that, you know, the economic energy kept on going down, 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 down. But now I look back on it and I go, you know what? I actually got lucky. I got lucky in a Pulsechain sack. Why? Because I think I sacked around 25 to 35 cents, and now it's worth what? A plug nickel. So in essence, that sacrifice has kept me from my bad tendency, or kept me from losing. So I was fortunate enough to capture that economic energy and be rewarded whenever Pulsechain launches. Same thing with PulseX. If you remember, PulseX was in the 30, or Hex was in the 30-cent range day one of the sacrifice, and then it went down. Like day two, I think it dropped down to 24 or 26. But I feel pretty damn good that I got 26 cents of value for what is now a 5-cent asset.
What's up, y'all? How's the morning going? I know y'all didn't believe me we were going to drop below 11 cents, but are you ready for 3 cents? I can't wait.
Where are we at now?
Back down to 5.8.
Yeah, I went the other day, yesterday, when we were at 6.8, 6.9, I put in at 6.1, figuring, yeah, that's good enough. No, it's not.
No, I got a $2,000 limit order at 4 cents, and I got a $2,000 limit order at 2 cents. I'm excited.
Yeah, I have one at 5 and one at 4, but the limit order for 5 is going to end soon, so I might just change it.
Well, I would leave one in there. You know, there's no guarantee this is going to happen, but we haven't even had our rate hikes yet. The rate hikes are not for another 4 days, so Bitcoin hasn't even felt pain. So it's coming, but not here yet.
Yeah, my 4 cents one's still got, what, 5 days left.
Yeah, I think your 4 cent will hit. I don't know if my 2 cent will hit, but that's the point of it, is just in case. It all last time we got down to like what? I think we wicked down to like 3.8 or something, so it's pretty close last time.
If there's any whales in here that want to dump a few million hex right now, I could do with you filling up my limit orders, man.
Oh, it's nice because I didn't think the dip was going to happen until after Pulsechain came out, and now it's happening before. Yeah, it's putting me in a nice place. Pepe and I kind of got into Hex, I think, around the same time, around the day 600s, and I'm sure it's putting him in a pretty good spot too.
Yeah, I get in at 12, but I don't have a lot, so these limit orders will bump up my average nicely if they come off.
Yeah, agreed, man. I initially got in at like 11 cents. And I DCA every week, so I bought all the way up to 54 cents, and I bought all the way down to now. A lot of I use a lot of that for my PulseX Sacrifice, but yeah, looking good.
So guys, regarding emergency end staking, so if you have done 50% of the time in the emergency end stake, you only receive your initials, right?
So, and that assumes you're past 90 days. Then yes, the first barricade is at 90 days. You must stake over 90 days. So if you stake 91 days, you can't pull out at 46 days. You pull out at 46 days, you take a massive hit. It might be everything. I'm not sure. I haven't done it myself. But let's say you stake for 2 years. If you serve a year and a day, you lose a year of the yield that you've gotten, but you'll keep that 1 day. Now, if you serve a year, 364 days, you will lose that first year of yield, but you will keep 364 days of yield plus your initial.
Interesting. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And also those who were OGs, let's say they had around 1,000 T-shares at the beginning, and their stakes mature, and they take their profits and they want to stake again. So would the price for a T-share be the same as before, or is it the new T-share price?
New T-share price. The T-shares are deflationary. HEX is inflationary.
All right, thank you.
And if you have a stake and you want to kind of calculate what penalties would be, then the Staker app does a pretty good job of that. You only need to paste your wallet address in, and it does all the calculations of your stakes for you in a dollar cost value.
Am I correct that a big stake unstaked yesterday? Was it? Or sorry, matured and ended yesterday. That could be why the price is dropping now if that person's cashing in.
Well, I have not done chain analysis to see who's selling. I don't think there's been any massive sales. I don't know if there's like a whale wallet that's still dumping. There probably is. Yeah, we had what 140 million HEX come off stake yesterday. I didn't check to see if that guy restaked or not, but he has, I think it's like $4 million of HEX that he got yield. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, those figures sound about right because they only matured yesterday. So I might look in to see whether he restaked or not.
I would presume they
I
were
thought I saw
setting
that.
it for the
I
launch.
thought that he did, but yeah, I don't know.
Can you tell how long the stake was?
It was 908 days. It was a day one stake.
Gotcha.
There was a formula of knowing what was coming up and that as well. They were giving the details out the other day, but I didn't follow it. So I know there's a site. Was it Hex Info or something?
Hex Vision or Hex.vision, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's just if anyone was looking for an explanation to why the price. I mean, this has happened. Last time it happened, there was big unstakers as well. So, I mean, it is normal, but kind of in the back of my heart, I am kind of happy because I've got something coming up in 4 days and I was hoping for this.
Yeah, I might have something coming up in the next few days too that would spell possible good fortune. Not as much for me, but...
Yeah, no, the only thing that's putting me off is when I look at KuCoin and all right, we can go on about the price doing 10,000 X and doing this and doing that. But the facts are it's coming up to the price it was exactly a year ago. It's coming up to that, you know, so yeah, I'm hoping obviously it's going to bounce. That's what we're all guaranteeing. Well, not guaranteeing, we're all hoping.
Doesn't matter. I got to go kill myself because of the ETH fees.
Yeah, I always buy my coins on a Sunday morning in the UK because it's always dirt cheap.
I wish the dip happened exactly then.
Limit orders can save you gas fees. All of them. Sometimes. My last 2 limit orders aren't costing me a single scratch of ETH.
So guys, those who come in late, let's say the HEX reaches, I mean, just for sake of conversation, $100 or $50. I mean, even if they pay a higher fee for or higher price for a T-shirt, I mean, the dollar value will be very high. So still
If they do If they do $100 worth of hex in a stake, is that what you just asked?
Let's say for the sake of conversation that 1 hex equals to $100. So if they stake at that time, if they find out about hex at that time, they will still gain a lot of money due to the value of hex, even if one t-shirt is quite expensive.
Yeah,
The dollar value
absolutely. If you go to hexcalc.net, and you put in $2 million worth of hex at today's price versus $2 million hex coin for a year, I mean, yeah, it's pretty close, relatively close, the amount of money that you gain. You still gain a bit.
$1,000 per X will still be worthy to buy.
So what I'm trying to say is, it would never be too late to find out about hex if you're staking. So even if the price reaches around, 100 or 500 or even $1,000 per hex, if you stake it, the dollar value itself, when you receive the yield, will be very high.
Correct.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, every asset that's speculative has that same issue, right? If you put money in today and that gains value, you get more money later. But with hex, you're guaranteed yield if you stake it. And obviously, depending on how much a t-shirt is, how many t-shirts, or how many hex are being paid out per t-shirt, that time, all of those things will come into play. But mathematically, hex was built to either pay you more yield or have a higher price appreciation. It's mathematically balanced. And when they have both, when you have that high yield and the high asset value, when it rises, that's when you win bigger, right? But you also, if you're all staked, you're 100% staked, it doesn't really matter what the price of the token is until you're ready to sell. So everybody watching charts and all that kind of stuff, it gives you something to do, but unless you're ready to sell or buy, the charts really don't matter. I kind of went off on a tangent on that one.
No, J Money, we like it. I think your mic's cutting in and out, just so you know, man.
Yeah, I'm going through a canyon. Sorry.
But
Hey
you're
guys,
dead on, right? Price doesn't matter until you sell or buy.
can anyone explain Richard's Hart last tweet about the jailing and the rotating on thing?
When was this?
About 30 minutes ago. Pulsechain update.
1 second. Just parking. I'll take a look. 1 sec.
Thank you, bro.
I don't know. I'm assuming jailing has to do with the validator penalties. Since we call them misdemeanors and felonies, I'm assuming it has something to do with that, but I've not heard that terminology from him before.
Okay.
But basically, how those work is however many times you miss your turn to make a block, you get a misdemeanor or felony, depending on how many times you've done it, how serious the violation was, or if you try to pass false information. Felonies take a certain amount of epochs to work off. Misdemeanors take a certain amount of rotations to work off. And so jailing might be a terminology to how long those penalties take to work off.
So it's not like it's not like a positive update. It's more longer. It's gonna be longer.
He replied in the tweet. He says it's the process of removing a misfunctioning validator from rotation.
Yeah, perfect. Exactly what I was saying. Sweet. And yeah, who knows? He's not going to give out any more time preferences. I agree with that. I do think it would be nice to be more transparent with what was being worked on, though. That'd be great. But such is life.
Yeah, I kind of have a second, a little bit of a different take on that. I believe that he actually should give updates with a lot more clarity because, hey man, he kind of bought he's the one with the bad updates that have started, So
Just an update from what I can see from the Twitter feeds. 28 million hex just got sold about an hour ago. And that was from that stake from 2 years ago.
do anybody know how much hex in general is due to become unstaked this year? How much more?
If you go to HEXvision and if you go to states, and then if you take the dates from the company from today within a week, or then you can see all the data, how many stakes are there, how many stakes are going to be unstaked, what time, when they were staked. It's all info in there. It's really good, really good.
No. Yeah. I was wondering if anybody already did that math, because I don't think many people are going to be buying right now in this market. Even if prices go down substantial, I still think it's kind of risky to buy. But that's just me. But you could probably guess what the ultimate price of hex would be.
What's that?
I don't know. I did that math.
And I think if that goes down to 0.1, 0.2, it's a great opportunity just to buy in, man, as much as you can as well.
Yeah, assuming that
So,
it don't.
was that you that just said you don't think many people are going to be buying right here or right now?
No, not in this market.
I'm buying.
No. I say the overall market. I didn't say you. I'm sure there are people that will buy, but overall in the market with the prices dropping, that's because you just see more people selling. Like selling is happening more than buying. That's why the price goes down.
Right. No, I got it. But don't you think that we should be doing the exact opposite of what most people are doing in order to create wealth on our behalf? I mean,
It all depends, right? It all depends all depends on the risk you want to take. All depends on how conservative you want to be. So it just all depends on the individual and their, and where they kind of sit in the food chain, right?
mean, what I just think you need to, not you, I mean, us, the ones that are trying to buy the dip here, the bottom, whatever you want to call it. I think you just need to DCA down. Maybe not go in heavy at 5.5 cents or 6 cents or wherever we're at right now. But keep on increasing your buys as the price goes lower and lower. There's nothing wrong with laddering down.
How long you meant to ladder for though? It's been going down since 50 cents.
Well, I mean, take whatever your weekly or bi-weekly DCA is, and then just divide it up into some limit orders. It doesn't cost you anything, right? Like you could go in at like what I did, which was 6-1 and then 5-1 and then 4-1, then 3-1, then 2-1 and then 1-1, and keep on increasing the percentage of your bag or of your DCA that you're going to spend. And you may never get there, but if you do, your average cost basis plummets.
Exactly. That's what I've done.
Yeah, if we get down to a penny, then I'm definitely looking at purchasing Hex. And you got to remember, I'm the guy that really don't believe in investing on Ethereum. I'm really waiting on the Pulse to launch because I want all my investments to be there. But at a penny, I think that it would just be difficult for me to kind of turn away from at that particular point in time.
So 1 penny, that's nearly a 50x down from the top, bro. That's crazy. People, that's
But if I bought
craziness.
more, but if I bought 25K plus to the game, then that will put me where I wanted to be. And then I would say, okay, that's worth staking on an Ethereum chain, right? But at that point in time, I'll be up around about what, like 2.5 million plus coins and Hex. That would on Ethereum, that would be unbelievable, in my opinion. And even if I staked it,
it's a great buy.
For
it's a great buy, yeah. If it goes down to that one, it's a great buy. But I'm thinking about the people that bought at 50. They've lost 50x.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the gas fees. The gas fees scare the heck out of me. You gotta remember, if this coin go down and down and down, more people are making money. I mean, people are making money, right? So you gotta let the cycle happen. We just wanted to go up. Like I say, if I stake it for say 4 years, shoot, would I care if my profit hit and it was at 14 cents? I would be ecstatic about that.
Has anyone heard any of the TA guys predict less than 4 cents?
No.
Yeah, I don't really listen to the technical analysis stuff, man. That's difficult to do.
I do. The water's above crypto, I like. But bro, if it goes down to them numbers, like that's more than this ever dropped before. That's more than these coins should be dropping down. He talks about 85% drops. That's a lot more than that.
Yeah, but look at the economy, man.
Huh?
When the economy gets scary, I said, look at the economy. When the economy gets scary, everybody sells, and everybody's doing this technical analysis based on like six years of history with Ethereum. That's not enough financial history, man. Bitcoin really didn't do nothing for the first, 9-10 years. It started making headway a few years ago. So, I mean, I just say it's difficult to make any financial predictions with something that's been around for such a short period of time. And the world is crazy right now. You got inflation, you got baby formula being ran out of, you got freaking China is doing horrible with their debt. You're talking about economists have finally published articles saying that if the U.S. went up to an average inflation, average interest rate of 6 to 8%, like historical, then we couldn't afford to be a government. All different types of craziness is going on. Man, people don't buy. The stock market. This is like stock too. People sell, bro. So I don't know if anybody can predict the bottom on this. Hopefully, we'll be around in the next 5 years.
That's what I want to hear, because I have been saying for some time, I don't hear the capitulation yet. More of that. That's when the bottom's in. Crazy talk.
Yeah, man. I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that think that there's going to be a major transfer of wealth, and in the top 5 areas, crypto is like number 1, number 2, number 2 behind energy, right? Because green energy is going to be a big place where people want to be putting their money. Some people say crypto, right? But I believe it's going to be long-term strategies, man. It's so volatile. It's like, I don't know. I don't believe that anybody can make these financial analysis without a freaking computer.
I mean, history can only tell us so much. But Toby, I agree with you that capitulation is not in. Now, it may be in for HEX, which capitulated earlier than BTC, but BTC has not capitulated yet. Until that cracks 20 grand, I don't see the bottom being in. And then at that point, who knows what HEX is going to do? But I'll say this:
even in
it's a wonderful time.
Even in HEX, there's not enough capitulation. There's a lot of anger and FUD, but that's usually before capitulation happens. For me, capitulation means this doomsday talk that we just heard, and then also silence. When people exit the market. Like, I've seen this twice where people get uninterested because whatever the fuck, they think they can't make money anymore, so they leave. And, they say, I'll never be back, blah, 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 and then see you again next bull run.
Yeah, and I haven't seen real clean exits yet. It's like you're seeing a lot more money being dumped in stablecoin. Just like me, I rolled HEX up to 18 cents. I dumped in a stable coin because I'm waiting on a launch, right? So hopefully a lot of people. So when I see exit, then you start seeing mass exit. Like, okay, I'm gonna exit crypto all in general. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, if that start happening, you're gonna start seeing stable coins crash, bro. They just released an article on USDC. USDC said that it was 1-for-1 cash for stablecoin. After the Grant Thompson audit, it came back that there's 60% cash and 40% bonds, right? And they're talking about even transferring that more to bonds of that 40% out in the stablecoin. What does that mean? That means only 60% of the people holding stablecoin can get paid, man. And Tether is worse than that. Tether is only holding 4% of their stablecoin is backed by actual cash. So only 4% people hold.
Or
the point I was going to make was no one knows if HEX has capitulated, but I'd be willing to tell you this. We had gone down 90%, and then someone rage dumped 140 million HEX. That to me should have been the absolute bottom, but it was bought up immediately. I mean, yeah, the thing tanked to 3.7 or whatever, and it was bought right back up. So that's why I say perhaps we've capitulated earlier than Bitcoin. And there are no rules to this, right? No one knows. But I like our chances that if we were to have another rage dump, I think that the benevolent mid-sized bag holders and up that have been shaving profits at 20, 30, 40, cents, that they'll come in and they'll make the bottom.
I'm with you on this, Pepe.
Yeah, I do. I agree with you on that, Pepe.
Totally 100%. If people aren't buying HEX with limit orders at 5.5 cents, you are truly misguided. I mean, we totally misguided. 5 cents, that's incredible. Let's quit fudding HEX, please.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with
Stablecoin.
I don't know if I agree with a 5 cent. I definitely don't agree with that. But
I thought we V-shaped recovered, but looks like we're heading back down.
The guy who said
I'm
the
sure it
stablecoin
will.
was good.
If you aren't DCAing in, you're truly misguided.
Well, but a fair point to make here is like, let's say you're a breadcrumber or perhaps even a mid-sized bag holder. The only shot you've got at being a whale is to accumulate when the thing goes as low as possible. And you better believe that there's a ton of dolphins and sharks, squids and everything that want to move up in the ranks. And I just see an awful lot of buy support. I see an awful lot of mid-sized bag holders that are just waiting for this thing to take a massive nose, and they're diving in.
Yep, I'm one of them. I already told you mine, man. So
Easy to have this buy support, especially like if you set limit orders on some ridiculous low amounts. There's no loss. Like there's no risk to that. I got a couple sitting at some levels that I don't even believe are gonna hit, but they might because capitulation wicks are a thing. I love them.
I thought that was a
I
capitulation.
have exactly what you have. I have some that hit at 5 already today, have some at 4, have some at 3, have some at 2, and some have close to 1. So I mean that's the best strategy to go. If it doesn't hit there, cool. If it does, even better.
Like literally, there's no way to lose in that trade. It's just lost opportunities. Learned this in 2018 with Ethereum. I think I set it to some ridiculous low level. I was like, yeah, why not? What do you know?
Yeah, I just holding HEX ready for the snapshot, which didn't happen.
5.5.
I mean, the biggest headwind that we have right now is Bitcoin has likely not capitulated yet. The biggest tailwind that we have is the hopeful announcement of Pulsechain being launched. And so, once this thing does bottom out, if in fact Bitcoin's not there yet, we're going to shoot up nicely. That's how I see it, my opinion, not advice.
There will also be all this hype about Ethereum 2.0, even though I agree it's bullshit, but there will be that. There's a bunch of good news waiting to get that bull run going at some point.
and I just think in general that a lot of people are learning, and even the economists that talk about crypto now that was against crypto are talking about, utilities and more of a long-term look, more than a short look. With that in mind, I believe that as more people find HEX is perfectly built to be a real investment vehicle in crypto. So I hope that people that's losing money say, hey, let me put more money in HEX.
Well, the fact of the matter is that the buys still outnumber the sells by about a 2-to-1 margin. And
How are we going down then?
Very powerful. Pardon?
how are we going down?
Because the sells are larger than the buys, right?
The
So you
amounts
can have
matter, not the amount of cells.
Oh,
you can have fewer cells of larger amounts and have number go down. But that just means that us breadcrumbers are buying as much as we can. And that also means that the mid-sized bag holders and up, in my opinion, are waiting for it to really go down, and then they'll step in. But it's not going to be down long.
It's actually beautiful to see, because I think that's the very feature of Hex. Because if you are a whale or a dolphin or whatever the next level is, I forgot, you know, yes, you're gonna get unfavorable rates right now if you sell, but on the other hand, maybe you're still up and you're still happy with what you got. Whereas in the meantime, all the other people who are like, "Oh, I missed the boat," are now waiting, and they're scooping that up. This is probably, in my opinion, one of the most fair transfers of wealth that I can see. It's not even a transfer of wealth; it's just somewhat of a distribution.
I would be holding on to my stake, and then, or sorry, if I'd sold, sorry, they might have sold it, and then they're waiting for it to drop another couple of cents, because it's been sold round about 6-7 cents, or end stake about 6-7 cents, and then selling now, and then DCAing back in a cent or two cheaper.
Yeah, that makes sense as well. You don't know all the buy orders, who they belong to, and all the sell orders, who those belong to. Somebody said earlier you were looking at a 3-year stake ending or 2.5-year stake ending and then dumping or something. What was that? Because I would just look at their cost basis. I think they're still pretty damn happy.
Well, but if you take a look at the most recent dip down to 5.19 cents, it immediately bounced right back up to 5.5. So that emboldens me in my thought that there's plenty of guys on the sidelines with dry powder ready to pounce.
Yeah, but
Hell
that
yeah.
happens because there's limit
I was
orders
part of
sitting
that
there,
one.
right? Which is why you see those wicks, right? So that essentially eats up all your buy pressure at that level, which is why you keep seeing that staircase down. Because then the next time it comes down, the people that already had those limits, most of those already got filled, right? So it's not like, people just jumping on. Some are, but which is why we keep making lower lows, because all that buy pressure keeps getting eaten up by the big sells.
Agreed, comrade.
But yeah, I'm buying. I bought yesterday, bought today. I think it's a good level to buy, especially if you bought higher, right? There's no reason not to buy. Because if you think it's not going back up, essentially what you're saying is all your money's gone anyways. So if you think it's going back up, you might as well be, buying.
And the reason why you don't want to YOLO into like a 1 cent all in limit order is because you may miss that bull bounce. You may miss it when it capitulates and then bounces up. And I'd rather ladder down and miss the absolute bottom, knowing that I basically I have an unlimited top.
Right, and it
Amen.
could take one or two big players to really come in and set the bottom, right? We just don't know where that is.
Yeah, but for what for those who just holding Hex? I was just holding Hex for the snapshot. I just gotta watch it go down. I'm not selling. I just gotta watch it go down now. Because there is no
Have it
snapshot now.
staked. Have it staked, or just wait. Be patient.
Want to be staked during a bear market as well. I mean, all the time, but really then.
I mean, this market could go sideways, down, up for like a year.
Well, if the 100 hex that I made in 9 days goes to $1 in the future, I'll be pretty happy.
And at some point, man, Hex is gonna hit a level where I think Pepe was mentioning earlier that the people that sold the top, they're gonna start coming in, and at that point, the lower we go, the less power the sellers have. And to be honest, I'm kind of happy to see some of these guys, like the guy that just dumped 7 million or whatever. It's actually better to get those guys out here than at 50 cents. Then you pay that dude like 4 million. He only got like, I don't know, like way less than 4 million if he would have sold at 50 cents. So it sucks, but it's gonna help in the next run.
And so the world keeps turning.
I mean, I'm sick to my stomach, to be honest, but I'm still buying.
Yeah, I am too, bro. I'm just sick. I'm just sick, bro.
Guy asking what about people just holding Hex? I mean, the staking argument should be clear, but in case it wasn't, what is it, like six Hex per day for each T share? I don't know how many T share you got. That's what would it be? 2,190 X per year on average, something like that. Probably some days there's some crazy amounts that you can get as well because some other people do stupid decisions. Something like that. That's pretty good to me.
Well, that test that I did was 1.6 T shares, and it was 100 hex in nine days.
Listen, guys. In my opinion, the deal is trying to be happy in a bear market when we're at 90 some odd % off is impossible. But if you have a well thought out strategy to reduce your average cost basis via some well-placed laddered down limit orders, at least you can be satisfied that when this thing does bounce back up, that you're going to go on a nice run. And again, this is the massive down year. This is not supposed to be a good news year price wise. So, next year it should gradually trend up and to the right. Gradually. The year after that, gradually trend up and to the right. And in 2025, that's the massive gain year. So we really have 2 more years of sideways to slightly up before the top blows off.
I totally agree with you, Pepe, man. I do. And when you actually make that statement, you're not making that statement as a trader. There's a lot of folks, man, that's on this chat that talk like traders, and I'm like, crypto is a risky asset to be trading like as if it was a piece of stock, right? Where the stock market opens and closes, and you got prices that may hold for a day as you do your trade or whatever the case may be. It's too volatile to be a trader in my book. You got to be thinking more long term out.
This is the way I look at it. So compared to the dot-com bubble and the housing crisis in 07, 08, we have already gone down dollar-wise more than both of those. So, I mean, this is the awesome time to get in, right? Stock market, we're fucking all crypto. This is the best time to. Yes, it might go down some more, but hell, when time comes, like Peppa said, 2015, or excuse me, 2023, 4, and 5, and on, man, you can't be any better. Best positions possible.
I guess I don't understand the comparison, right? The .com was totally different, right? You had a lot of vaporware in .com. A lot of people didn't understand .com, and you had a whole bunch of Jews that came out of .com, right? Housing bubble. The government had ingested $11 trillion into that bubble, and it never made it down to the homeowners. So I'm just trying to figure out like how you doing that comparison.
You said two things. So there was a lot of vaporware in .com, and a lot of people didn't understand it in .com. Let me ask you this. Do you think there's a lot of vaporware in crypto? And do you think that a lot of people really understand on a deep level what crypto is about and what DeFi is and how it works? Honestly.
I would say 90%
so when I say
crypto
vaporware
is BS.
So when I say vaporware, right, that means that like vaporware is like, hey, we're going to be buying stuff over the internet, but the internet didn't exist, right? Don't get me wrong, we're still buying stuff and having communications and talking over the internet today, but then it was vaporware. So you can actually 100% actually put your money into a project that exists. It's software, it's delivered, it's a project, it's not anything that's held by a corporation that you can sue. So I can't compare that to .com, man. This is just investing. It's no different from somebody going to the stock market and then somebody calling you and say, hey man, put $50,000 into this corporation, and you don't know anything about the corporation, and the corporation go out of business a year after you put your money into.
Right.
But
So
I can't compare that to
Right. I wasn't trying to compare the .com bubble and the housing crisis to what we're in now. I was just saying the human emotion is always the same, and this is what we're going through just like then.
Oh yeah. Now I just say that, hey, we're going through wars, we're going through inflation, we're going through, all different types of stuff. It's just a bad economy in general for the masses, not for everybody, for the masses. So yeah, if I got my money in crypto and I can still dump it and regain something, a lot of people is going to do that. That's just where we are right now.
See, my view on this is that if we know this is the massive down year, and I think there's near consensus on that point, instead of holding your liquid crypto in whatever your favorite token is, in this case, HEX, you should put it into a stable coin and then just ladder the hell down on limit orders for your favorite token, in this case, HEX. And if you were to do that, while it may take time, it is a winning strategy. You will win. You may not win in the when Lambo microwave, theory of I'm going to be rich in 3 hours, but you will win, because right now the bottom sellers are battling the bottom buyers. There's a redistribution of wealth going on. The mid-sized bag holders are attempting to become whales, and the breadcrumbers are attempting to become mid-sized bag holders. And you can't do that when HEX is at 50 cents. You just can't, right? You can't move up in class. It takes too much money. So yeah, I made a miscalculation last year when I was buying HEX thinking it was only ever going to go up, because every 45 days it was doubling. So when I got in, I'm like, oh my God, how did I miss this thing? But what I didn't see was, that crypto happening cycle, which has been repeatable now for a couple of cycles, and 2022 being the massive down year. And so if you're holding your economic energy in HEX right now, hoping that the price is going to go up, that's likely a suboptimal strategy. If you're holding your economic energy in a stable coin, placing limit orders, hoping to catch that wick on, that dips down to 3.5 cents, that's likely a winning strategy.
Yeah,
Amen.
and
100%.
for me, it comes down to compound interest, right? Like if you're buying HEX trying to sell hex as it actually goes up in value, you're missing the whole purpose of it, right? It's meant to actually sell the yield created by the compound interest. So therefore, you don't care whether it's at 7 cent, 14 cent, 2 cent, 4 cent, whatever, right? It's still maybe that yield may be worth money. It's going to be worth money as you sell it, you know, and you can keep a principal balance state. So so that's my humble opinion on how hex should be utilized and how you always make money in hex. But for me, I don't trust Ethereum. I don't trust the gas fees on Ethereum, man. So I'm not trying to do this on Ethereum. But for everybody that still want to do business on Ethereum, to have at it, I just think that it's just going to be difficult, you know, to make money, a lot of money on Ethereum, unless you get it down as low as possible. Then you bring it back up and then you stake it. So I would have to stake a minimum amount to say, okay, hypothetically speaking, is worth the wait based on what the gas fees are going to potentially be. So
I don't agree with that last part. So you don't need to wait to stake until the fees are low. You might have
no. I
fix.
didn't say that. I say the reason why I don't do this on the Ethereum platform is because of the gas fees versus the investment energy that I bring to the table. So I'm not unlimited money, right? So I have to say, okay, well, how far will my money go? I just don't see it going as far as I would like it to go to be worth it on Ethereum. That's why I'm waiting on this post to launch. So I'm the guy that's sitting in with a bag in USDC waiting to go over to a post. And if Hex keep going lower, I might bring a separate bag to the table to say, hey, if Hex hit this price, I'm going to buy. I don't know what the floor is. I don't care what the floor is as long as it comes back, right? So, but if it hits a certain price for me and I will buy that and then stake it. And then whatever my
Price
yield
is
is
something
worth.
that you personally determine, which you may call the bottom or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, whatever.
Price
Yeah, exactly. I don't believe that anyone knows what a bottom is. To me, a bottom means you hit that sucker and it never comes back. Meaning that one day
with somebody who doesn't like TA that much, from what I'm gathering, how would you determine your personal preference of price where you would like to enter? What I'm
based on the amount of coins that I would want, right? So if I can get that, hypothetically speaking, if I believe in a coin, like I believe in Hex, me having 200,000 Hex or even 500,000 Hex is not worth my money on Ethereum. I want like 2.5 million Hex. So I don't care where the bottom is, as long as I can achieve that. I'm in it for how many coins I have. The coin could be worth 1 cent, 5 cents, 7 cents, 14 cents. I don't care. As long as I can make yield, and then how much is that yield worth? Is that worth, 5 cents, 1 cent, 7 cents? I'm always making money. As long as that coin don't crash and never come back, then I'm making money. But I have to have enough money to get where I want to be with the amount of coins. See, I want millions of coins. I don't care about, and then the money that I put in, it has to be worth it for me.
You're Mr. Godbooks.
I said it again. I missed that.
I say, but you're Mr. Godbooks.
You say got books?
Yeah, you're Mr. Godbooks.
What's that? I never heard about that before.
Books, money?
Bucks, yeah.
Bucks? Okay.
Southern Irish accent, I believe.
Well spotted. Yeah, books as in B-U-C-K.
You pronounce BOOK.
How do you say books in America?
Well, buck.
It's
Everybody calls the BOOK a book, right? Is that an assumption?
But a dollar is a book, right?
God buck.
What
Dollar
He's
bill.
saying B-U-C-K. Yeah, he said buck. Yeah, he's saying B-U-C-K, not B-O-O-K.
It's a trippy accent. I like it, man.
Hear how you would say a
Yeah.
BOOK.
It's nice to
I'm
be
pretty sure
the,
it's
the guy that people
not the same.
understand. Everyone
told me
usually
don't get it
calls
or
me
what?
Irish. Now you know what Irish sounds like, in case anyone gets confused in the future.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't
Thanks,
have
Rick.
more problems understanding people sometimes with all the accents.
I think we're actually getting pretty good at it, ProFax, man. We got all types of accents, French accents, all different types of accents that we come across this chat. That's why I kind of felt Richard's frustration when he said Hex, the way Hex is being utilized is not being utilized the way it is. I mean, if everybody utilized Hex the correct way, yo, man, you would buy, you would freaking come in with your bag, get it at a price that you care about, stake it, make money, right? So it's going to build yield. And then once you become unstaked, you're going to stake the principal balance and then dump the yield. So you'll always see people building the price up, and then you'll always see people cashing out their yield. You know, we talk about, oh, you know, I want to be able to have what is it called? Passive income. Well, this is passive income, right? So we can't get frustrated because somebody sell it down to a penny. Hey, when it's your turn, maybe it'd be up to 7 cents.
Challenge this. So I think you can get frustrated because let's say you're not somebody who's just endlessly accumulating like you. Somebody has a different strategy. Like, I don't know, you pay yourself a monthly salary of sorts, or I don't know, whatever you can think of. There's many different strategies. The problem with that is when you say cash out, I'm assuming you mean converting into fiat or some other, maybe even a stable coin. Doesn't matter.
100%. Yep.
The timing of that does matter, right? You can end up ending your stake during a bear market, and you'll be forced to restake, which will put a dent in your strategy, right? So you're no longer happy with your original strategy, and you'll have to change it, which is not great in any kind of investment, or even if it's a retirement plan. Retirement plan is different because you just accumulate forever and then, you know, cash out sometime in 15, 20 years, whatever, how old you are.
Yeah, and then the whole point is you want to say, how long does it take me to double my investment? You know, if you bought, let's say, $25,000 of Hex when it was at 2 cents, you're at 2 cent or 3 cent, right? You up around what, 500, maybe 571, maybe 600,000 Hex for that, right? You stake that, you build yield on top of that. When you sell your yield, you're selling your yield. You don't care whether it's at 1 cent, 7 cent, whatever. Take your yield at that point in time. But it's about the longevity of it, man. Hey, if you double your money in a year, then you had a successful investment. You had a very successful investment. You know, if you put 20,000 in, your yield is worth, let's hypothetically say 40,000 at the end of 3 years, just your yield. That was a successful investment, man. And then it's still making money. I don't know, man. I guess I look
That's
at
if
it like
the yield. That's if the yield and combined with the price is double. If
well,
your
well,
yield
nah,
combined
nah.
price is
I'm just
less
saying
than
you're
50.
bringing money in. You're bringing money in at that point in time. You're not the guy that needs it to go up to 18 cents. You're the guy that says, I just produce yield. What is my yield worth? Period. It may be worth 18 cents, maybe worth $1 a coin, and maybe worth 5 cents a coin. But at that point in time, you still made money. That's all that I'm saying. It's a different way to look at it than I bought it at 3 cents and it went up to 18 cents. And I'm saying, oh man, I'm holding it, I'm not staking it, and I'm hoping to go up to $2 and then to go down to freaking 1 cent. Now I'm like, oh man, I'm losing. You just lost money. I get it. You lost your money. If you sold that or put that in the stable coin, you're gonna put less money into that stable coin than you actually put into HEX. I totally get that. But you decided to take that loss at that point in time. The market just helped you do it. Somebody got to pay somebody.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I just wanted to argue that people can get frustrated because when we talk here, we always say like you need to have a strategy, and it is difficult to have a solid strategy for 5 to 10 years, depending what strategy that is, right? Because the market can put a dent in your strategy. Okay, I mean you have to sometimes reevaluate your strategy and adjust it, but it sucks and it's frustrating. That's my point.
I totally agree with you, brother.
It's like farming. You're going to plant a seed. The seed has to grow into something, and then you reward. You get rewarded with the fruit. It's a bit similar, huh?
Yeah, it's like in HEX. In HEX, you want the coin. You want your coins to be as many coins as possible. From there, it should be producing fruit. So you shouldn't really look at the price of your principal. You should be looking at how much your fruit is, how much you're selling your fruit at. One day you sell apples for 7 cents an apple. The next day you may be able to sell it for 12 cents an apple. The next day, 2 cents an apple. But you're always making money. You're always making money. That's the whole point of a CD.
So I think that's how it was. Go ahead, Pepe.
I was going to bring up a new topic. Go ahead, man. I'll wait.
No, I was just saying, like, that's how the reason you're not seeing HEX being used the way it should be, right? It's because of how much it went up, right? So I think eventually it'll stable out a little bit, and then you'll see people using it for what it's supposed to be used for. But until you wash out all the people that got those thousands of X's, right? I don't think you're gonna see that. But eventually, that's the way it'll get used.
Exactly what I think as well. You have a 9.3% staking rate at, well, can you call it a staking rate? Staking rate at the moment. It's not a lot. I mean, it's good, but it's not a lot.
Like just for example, this guy that just dumped 7.5 million, right? HEX, and then he got what for 450,000 for it, right? Even like a week or two ago, that would have been worth $1 million, right? And then a few weeks before that, at 20 cents, that would have been worth a couple millions. Not even looking at the all-time highs, right? Even at 15, 20 cents. But the guy literally sold it for 450K. Why? Because he probably only put in like a few grand, right? So it's these type of guys that need to get washed out.
Or even a
few grand and 700,000 or 400,000. A few grand and 400,000. That's a major ROI. That is a great investment.
Yes.
Joe, let me ask you a question. Do you think Richard's trying to time the market right now? Do you think he's
not.
on the bottom? Because when he came out with that, the devs tell me, mid-May sort of thing, do you think that was to sort of fish out the traders that were going to come in and figure out, the amount of buy pressure, or what?
I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know. I don't think that was wise.
I don't think
that's
so.
If that was Richard did. I mean, if I got a bunch of people that is dependent on something, and everybody is saying is trusting in what I say, why would I use that as a tactic that could say, man, this guy don't know what he's talking about? Like, why?
Well, because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, Joseph. Because I think that Richard thinks that we all sacrificed in the 20, 30, 40 cent range, right? And so we're good. Relative to the price of today, we're good, right? We couldn't have made a better investment, to be honest with you, because everybody's down. So I think he's sort of sitting there saying, gee, I wonder how much economic energy is sitting on the sidelines waiting to come in. Let me test it.
Yeah, maybe, man, but I just, and that could be the truth. I just say, if that is the truth, that wasn't wise in my book. Because now you got a whole bunch of people that's now, frustrated, burnt out, all different types of stuff, that's voicing their opinion. And then he comes back and say, hey, I'm not giving you no more updates. Like, dude, like, you was the one that came out with the updates in the first place.
You're saying, what is the downside of that for anybody? I mean, yeah, the people who are frustrated, I understand, but that's a temporary feeling that'll wane with the next pump or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Short term.
I hope so. Like I said, we all hope that it works out for the best, right? And we're talking about launching a chain, right? He successfully launched a D app. You can look at it any way you want to as the success of that. But we're talking about launching a chain that other people has put money into. And my thing is, hey, when you stand up and you say, I'm going to give you a when you stand up and you say, hey, I'm going to give you a time to launch, and then that goes away, and then people say, hey, what's the update? What's the new update? Oh, I'm not going to give an update anymore. That happened when it's going to happen. It's like, hey,
So when you say it wasn't wise, what is the negative externality that you're expecting from it?
I just want a successful launch, man. I don't want this guy to come back and say we can't do it at this point in time. That's all I'm concerned about.
Well, I think that
launch,
it is what it is. I think his devs, his developers can't do it right because it's difficult, and he's not going to launch it unless it's right.
I
And
totally
just
get
think,
that part.
it's disappointing for everybody for now.
Yeah.
For now.
Right.
If it gets right, it's going to be great. The problem is there's been no tier one, there's been no tier one coin that, doesn't have some type of difficulties. And if he's thinking he's going to get it 100% right all the time, we may never launch. So I don't know if he's going to have a compromise or not.
Well, at the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to just accountability for me, man. Accountability speaks highly of an individual. For an individual to come back and say, hey, you know what, we got problems, we're not going to launch as I thought, and I'm trying to figure out what's going to be a realistic launch date, is accountability. It speaks high volumes of how you manage expectations. For a person to come back and get frustrated because everybody's asking, well, what's going on? Can we have some detail? And then to say, well, I don't owe you that. I'm not going to give you no updates. It's just, to me, like, all right, bro, this you talk about fucking money, man, and he don't know what people would do for money. He don't know. So my thing is, don't be showboating. Don't be buying all these Lambos, putting it on TV and all that stuff while you got people money tied up. Don't put it in my face. And I believe that person that feels that way has the right to feel that way. That's
Right,
just my humble
and
opinion.
the market agrees, and there's people I have this argument with all the time where they don't think that he's having that effect on the market. You just look at the chart.
I think the market is messed up for a number of reasons. I can't blame one person, right? I would be retarded in thinking that. I'm just saying the accountability. Like, hey man, if a person asks for an update, hey, give them an update, right? But don't come
Did
around
give
and
the
say,
update. People are not happy with the update he gave. That's not in his control, right?
his last update was, I'm not giving any updates, right?
To give like the last update, no, that's not entirely true. So let's stay on the facts. The last update
I'm
was
talking
very
about what he
specific.
tweeted. Yeah, he said, hey man, we found some bugs. I totally get that.
Audit takes freaking time. Like, there's not going to be much updates every single day. Like, what do you want? Specific details of the audit that happens every single day?
Hey, I'm not arguing it either way. I'm just saying
does
you
that
gotta manage
achieve?
expectations.
I don't think
Honestly, look, let's be real honest. I don't think Richard cares about your or my peace of mind. Let's just be real about that.
I know he don't, right? I'm just saying that it's 2022, right? It's 2022. This world has gotten crazier and crazier and crazier. Me personally, I believe that he should manage expectations better. That's just me.
Joseph, let me ask you this. When, like, assuming that we would have launched mid-May, when the euphoria was just, confidence levels were rising then, when did you think you'd get rich off of Pulsechain and PulseX? Just out of curiosity.
Now, I don't need Pulsechain and PulseX to get rich. So that's a different conversation, right?
Well, but what, I mean, when did you think that you would get a few hundred X? Like, what sort of time frame were you thinking about then?
So I wasn't thinking about a time frame to get a few hundred X. I was thinking about where could it be in 5 years after launch. So I'm looking 5 years down the line after launch. What I mean by managed expectations,
because most people that are referring to the PP marketing the way you are tend to have a much shorter time horizon on when Pulse would make them rich. So I was just asking. I appreciate
man.
that.
I guess for me, man, like I guess for me, and this is just everybody's opinion, man. It's like I don't care whether you are the crummer like myself or the mid-sized bag or whatever you want to call it, or the big bag guy, whatever you want to call that. I'm just saying that out of pure respect and accountability, it's okay to not know. It's okay to miss a benchmark. That is okay. But what I don't believe is okay is to tell people that you don't owe them a time to launch. It's like, come on, bro. That to me is just like all of a sudden this person is getting on your nerves because they're asking you about something that they actually care about. That to me, it just speaks to setting expectations, and I believe that could have been done better. That's all that I'm saying.
I think at this point in time, Richard is more of a project manager than he is an actual developer of this thing. He got a bunch of people that were there. He got the information from his main developers. He looked like it was going to go, which is why he was giving little hints, asking people to check their balances one more time, making sure that they got their positions right. He was in the impression, in my opinion, that everything was pretty much good to go based on what his developer is telling him. Because he even said it, he's not looking at the code himself. He's got other people doing all that stuff. He's not actually working on it and double checking things or anything like that. I think what happened when it was time to look at everything and have his core developer or main developer look at everything, they did find some issues, maybe not major issues, but an issues enough where it slowed it down. And I think if anything, Richard got upset a little bit to himself for not being more involved in his own project as a project manager. Overall, that's my opinion. And now he's trying to get in there and trying to get the folks to go not as quick as possible, but to figure out what's going on, because he even said it himself. The developers are doing everything. He lets them do what they got to do. He's not putting pressure on them like a Facebook would do when the developers were developing the stuff and lock them in the door, lock them in a room, and make sure they do everything. He let them do their thing, and when it was time to go, he really thought it was time to go, and now he's seeing that it's not, and he's looking at there's maybe more issues than he thought there were going to be, which is why I think he's frustrated too.
I totally agree with you, and that could be the case. I'm just saying to send a tweet that says, every time that somebody asks me on the new launch date is going to be longer, and then it said, haha, this is a joke, but real talk, I'm not giving no more updates. I just thought that was just poor accountability, bro, in my book, and I don't know how you can say that was anything other than that, man.
And to me, a
You know, but
coin
that's
is.
You
just
know
that.
what,
To me,
Joseph? Joseph, that could mean a couple of things, right? One, it could mean that launch is right around the corner.
It
And
could be, bro.
it's days. The other could be, you know, when he used the word rewrite, when he wrote that, that scares the living bejesus out of me, because that doesn't feel like days or weeks. That feels like months to me. When I feel, when I say the word rewrite, I feel months. And I don't know if that's true or not. I can't get anyone that really has a technical understanding of, is this thing delayed months? Is it delayed weeks? Or is it delayed days?
See, in me, that doesn't scare me. And actually, a rewrite actually may have said that he figured out that, hey, he was on a wrong path and he's self-correcting. And even if it took a couple months, that's cool, man, because we're in it for the long haul. Like I said, I'm in it, you know, years, man. So, but to come back and then make those two tweets, I just think was just disrespectful and to show poor accountability. And that's all that I'm saying. I'm not talking about how he managed the project, you know, what the devs did, all of that stuff is kind of you know, something totally separate that's out of his control. But those tweets they were
Pepe,
very much in his control.
Pepe, when you say that the rewrite and it could be months, do you think that also could be linked with possibly timing the market?
Because Ethereum costs well, now timing the market, I don't know if anybody can time the market, but rewrite will only be the parts of the code that he actually is bringing to the table for polls. Ethereum already existed, right? So the fork is the fork. He was more talk about back end stuff, front end stuff not associated with the block. Okay, that's great to me. I even thought that was actually great to show that, hey, we actually know how we're going to make it better, right? You know, but like I said, my issue was those two tweets.
Yeah, to answer that question specifically, I think 3 months ago he likely wasn't factoring in timing of the market, though he favors launching in a bear rather than a bull. But I think now, I think he's polishing his diamond, waiting for his devs to give him a damn near bulletproof launch, and probably by September, you know, we'll know one way or the other. I think Bitcoin will capitulate by then, maybe October, but yeah, it would be nice if we launched when Bitcoin was in the teens or the low 20s, rather than these fake bull flags that we've seen. I think there's been 7 or 8 of them so far, where the damn thing runs up to 31,000. All the plebs dive in, and then they get their heart broken back down to 29. That's what's been going on now for a couple of months.
Right.
Yeah,
So the
totally agree
market
with
is
you.
where
Yeah, I like that
wearing
outlook.
people out. You know, that's what bear markets do, right? If the volatility goes away, it's just it gives you a little bit of hope, rug pull again, and that's how people get washed out. But Pepe, I do think the market agrees with what you're saying. A lot of people went from, you know, thinking we're there, so now I'm hearing like the complete opposite, right? Like some people are throwing 2024 out there. So yeah, I think a lot of people think that we're a lot further than where we thought we were, which is honestly why I think we saw that 10-cent level just get taken out and destroyed. Clearly, somebody rage dumped.
But I don't see us launching after PulseCon. I think it means too much to the community personally. Well, I guess we'll have to see.
I don't think Richard is factoring in the PulseCon at all.
0%, Jake. 0 on, well, all right, 1/1,000,000th of 1%.
I think it was silly that those guys scheduled that thing. When they did, I was like, okay, why are we scheduling something for a product that's not even launched? You know?
Comrade, I'll tell you this. Go ahead, man.
All I want to know is, did John S. buy something since it's 5 cents?
Comrade, I'll tell you this. It wouldn't surprise me that some BTC whales, El Jefe included, wouldn't force the bottom, because all they have to do is sell the hell out of their position now. And you know El Jefe has a lot of BTC. And then if he were to set the bottom by buying back in, he could literally control the timing of the launch of Pulsechain to coincide with it. I honestly, as manipulated as this market is, it wouldn't surprise me a bit.
Hey man, I'm an optimist, right? You sort of have to be if you're investing in the markets. So you're right that there's probably that possibility, and I also do believe in some other weird woo-woo stuff, like how the universe just kind of has a way of working things out. So maybe this is the right path. We just don't see it, you know. And when it's all said and done, and we launch, and the timing works out, and we're like, wow, this was just perfect how it played out.
My thinking on this whole, you know, I called the top on the day like twice now, right? Well, it's pretty easy to call the top on the day when you're the one who dumped that day, right? And maybe you and a couple of your buddies that were whales dumped that day. Yeah, I could call the top on the day. So it doesn't surprise me if that's what's happened. And I'm not saying there's nefarious, you know, work being done here. I'm just saying that these markets move because of whales, and whales can control the bottom and the top.
Yeah, there's collusion. They do it in the legacy markets all the time.
I think one thing we got to remember, guys, is that there's no easy money. No matter how easy it looks when we sacrifice, we thought it was going to be 2 months, and then we was going 300, 500x, and everybody was going to be rich. It don't work like that. And you have to go through some pain to get where you want. And I think we're going through pain. What Richard is doing is very difficult. You know, my personal opinion that he was thinking that the launch was ready. Then they ran the last minute test and found out that it may have not been ready, and it was broke. He's not trying to time the market. He's probably tired of hearing, you know how it is when you're doing something and someone's just bugging you the whole time you're doing it. He's frustrated. So I could see why he's like, I'm not giving no more updates, even though it might be not tactful and it's gonna rub some people the wrong way. But I think what he's doing is the best for everybody. You know what I'm saying? And we just have to wait. We just have to wait.
He it an hour ago though, for all non-English speakers. He did tweet out an update.
Gave an update.
Sure did.
I mean,
Plus, I don't think there's a way to rub people right in this bear market. Like, how are you gonna rub them right unless you literally launch?
Right. So the people like, you know, like us, like we're quote unquote stressing, right? Just imagine the stress he's under, right? I can't imagine.
Well, they're both the same stresses. You know, somebody's stressed that they may have put in $100,000 a year ago, $1 million a year ago. That's stressful. He's stressing because he got to deliver a product that people done put $2 billion into. That's stressful. So they're both stressful to the individual.
Well, hold on. It's not that stressful for him because he already said, you know, it's a sacrifice. Don't expect anything. So he can rightfully say, "I'm sorry, I can't do it," and say, "Well, you knew when you signed up, you might not get anything." So I don't think he's that stressed out.
You can say that.
But let me tell you this though, Drone.
he will-
Let me tell you this. If he don't launch this thing, it will be a problem for him. No matter what he said.
What
'Cause
way?
people be,
Oh yeah,
you know.
yeah, it'll be a problem for him. But you know, that's what we signed up for. If we don't get anything, then we can't really complain that much. because he told us up front.
And that's a lie, brother. That's a lie. I get it, right? I get the no expectation. But there's a difference between not being able to launch and then where did all that money go, bro? So I totally get that part. My next thought was, where did all of the money go into the production of a product and that went over and there's no money left, or did it just go into somebody's pocket? That's
Dude,
different.
the money's
That's
sitting
different.
there. You can look at the wallet, the stable. There's like $1
No,
billion in
I'm
stable.
not saying that, right? Right. I'm not saying that, right? And it was more than, billions of dollars. It was billions of dollars that was put in for sacrifice. But I'm just saying that to make that mark is one thing, but then there's other consequences depending on what happened overall. That's all that I'm saying.
Right.
Which
Right.
I hope
So when
does
I
not
say
become
trust,
the case.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen. But I mean, you talk about
Exactly.
consequences. You talk about consequences. What consequence? I mean, really, what is the consequence? Not much, other than maybe personal safety. But what consequence? Nothing. He's not going to have any consequences because that's what we all signed up for. I don't like it, but that just happens to be the fact.
I don't agree with
I
that.
disagree
And
I
with that.
the
wouldn't go.
consequences,
Yeah, I
People will
wouldn't go
find
to
his
the.
ass.
Yeah.
not even that, like your entire
No,
legacy, your
I wouldn't.
reputation is
I
on the
wouldn't
line.
say the safety piece. Yeah,
Right.
I wouldn't say the
Your
safety
your
piece, man. I hope that
your
nobody goes
reputation's
that
on the
far.
line. Right.
If he
Nah, but I'm
cares
just
about
saying
that,
that there
yeah.
would be legal. There would be a lot of legal. There would be a lot of legal ramifications if he just put the money in his pocket. That's all that I'm saying.
Bro, do you know how?
So
Do you
Somebody
know
call
how?
Papa Bone. We're talking mad.
No, this was vetted legally. Like there's no way. There's just no way he's gonna have legal consequences for this.
you don't know UCC law. Yeah, so I get it, right? There can be, it could be, hey man, it went over, we can't do it. That is one thing. I understand that, but man, expectations are no expectations, man. If I put that money in my pocket and bought homes and everything else, bro, 100%, there's some legal ramifications for that. I don't care. I don't care what people
You
agree
better
to.
believe it. You better
Hey,
believe it.
now, as a sacrificer, you can believe anything you want. I could bring you into my office today and make you sign and say, hey, I want you to be my employee, and get you to sign NDAs and get you to sign stuff, all types of stuff. Only certain things could be held liable in court, man, up here. I can get you to sign whatever I want. It don't mean that a court is going to uphold it. So it just, like I said, I pray that we're not going to go that direction, because that is not the way that I wanted to do this, right? But, yeah, 100%. You just can't do that to people.
Yeah, I don't
So
want that to happen
let's
either.
while we're talking about that, what is the deadline you would say at what point you should take legal action? Because that's your decision,
I have
right? To make
2024.
to give it a deadline.
I don't know,
So
man.
2024
I
is the deadline.
guys, it's not legal action. What only thing that has to happen is, and I've seen it happen before, and one of the reasons Richard tried so much to satisfy everybody that sacrificed the wrong way, because he didn't want people complaining that they sent them money and they didn't get what they thought they was getting. See, you got all these government entities like the SEC, like federal prosecutors, that make their careers off big name people. And if people start complaining, then they start investigation, then they find a reason to charge people. That's just how it works.
Exactly. That's
Sure, but
exactly
that's
how
why
it
you
works.
cover yourself by passing the Howey test. I mean, you need that.
I
The Howey
totally get
test
that,
don't
man.
mean nothing, brother. Let me tell you. Once people see that you got $2 billion, they go after it. That's
Right,
how it works.
with a
Now,
legal reason, right?
that's enough to warrant an investigation. That's more than enough to warrant an
Of course,
investigation
but
by
Bro,
you
SEC
shouldn't be
law.
scared of investigation if you covered your bases, correct?
No,
bro.
understood, man. Understood. I'm just saying, look, it's probably a bad conversation to have, but at the end of the day, what I'm telling people is that, you can only go but so far if you stole people money, man, which means that you took money that was meant to do something, I don't care about that no set expectation, and you bought houses and cars and put money in da 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 da. Man, come on, bro. That's UCC law, man.
Hey, Toby, I
The
think
government
what
don't play with money. The
I
government do
think
not play when it comes to money.
Paul G, correct me if I'm wrong, but Toby, I think what he's saying is, you're right. You can protect yourself legally against certain things, but it's just when there are certain lines that, with human beings, if they feel that you cross it, they will find a way to nail you somehow, right? As in,
There you go.
Sure,
There
They
you
got to, bro.
if
go.
you
They
broke
got
some
to.
other laws, I
There you go.
fully agree with you. But for this
Right.
particular thing, probably not. So that's what I'm
Dude,
saying. Like, if you cover yourself legally, and I mean, I believe he does. Like, he's got enough dough to cover a bunch of lawyers full time. So I'm saying for that thing, no. But sure, like you bust him for something else. That I'm not arguing that.
yeah, I don't think we need to
Bro,
hold a jury here.
I don't know
So
if anybody in here have ever been indicted by the U.S. attorney before, but believe me, they play by their own rules, and whatever you think that they can't do, they can do.
And ain't no good lawyer gonna set you up to break the law. They just not, bro. They will make it so that as long as you're doing things the right way, you are covered. But once again, if they find if this thing goes south, all them billions of dollars, everybody's gonna want to know where the money's at. They're gonna follow the money, bro. And if the money went into things that had nothing to do with this, then that is 100% against UCC law. I don't care whether you are SEC security or whatever, whether you are, you not, and all that stuff. That becomes irrelevant to that point.
But the good thing about it is Richard knows that, and he's gonna launch this thing, and this will be all behind us. But right now,
I hope so. I agree.
Yeah,
I think today might be the low point. We might have just hit the bottom in sentiment today.
We got to move this conversation along. This conversation is just becoming retarded, honestly.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Prophet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you guys didn't invest in anything, guys. You sacrificed for free speech
Right, I
and
sacrificed,
freedom of
right.
movement.
Yeah, it was my
There's no
volunteer.
investment.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I volunteered. If something didn't happen and he says, I just can't do it, well, I realize that the money that I sacrificed, since the word sacrifice is the key, and I realize, I just hope it doesn't happen like that.
Yeah, I think everybody is trying to read into this way too much, and they have no effing clue what's going on, right? I don't understand how none of you guys have been on a project before, right? Maybe you guys haven't been in software or whatever, but I mean, this whole situation is so bloody clear to me what's going on. And you guys are just trying to add your own spin to it, your own perspective to it, like, oh, maybe he's timing the thing and all this stuff. Listen, he wants this launched more than anyone else does. Okay. But he also doesn't want to launch a product that's not going to work, the way he wants it to work. Right. And certain things, once identified, have to get solved. Like if they're moving the validator rotation, right, the jailing and a few other things from Solidity to the Go Pulse code, right, that's kind of a fundamental change, right? You're moving it from within the EVM to outside of the EVM, right? So if you do that later, that's going to be more of a hard fork, right? And you don't want to do that because you don't want to. What's the point of it, right? Just get it right now, right? Get it set, the way you want it, and then we don't have to deal with that issue later on, right? We don't have to deal with some kind of a merge like Ethereum's going to have to go through, right, later on. So, they've identified something that's kind of crucial that they need to get fixed now. Otherwise, they might as well just leave it the way it is. So if they want to get the improvements, they're going to go do it. The other thing is, when's the last time that Richard
actually owned a company, right? He retired in what, 2003? It's been 20 years since he actually owned a company or was in any kind of project lead, right? Okay, yeah, he had the HEX contract, but like it's 3,000 lines of code, right? It's not that much stuff, right? He's trying to be as transparent to everyone as possible. So he was giving the updates directly from the developers, okay? When you're a developer, right, and your boss asks you, hey, when do you think you can have this done, right? There's probably a discussion that needed to go on that didn't happen of what does done mean exactly, right? Is because done is from two different perspectives, right? And this is what a lot of people don't understand, I think. From the project manager perspective, done means done, right? Done means we can launch and whatever, right? But from a programmer's perspective, right? Done means, yeah, I think all the code is done and there's no errors and it should work, right? They're not the same thing. They don't mean that the documentation is all done. They don't mean that maybe, any last minute changes, might come up, right? They're just assuming, hey, yeah, it looks like it's going to be done by then. That's my estimate. And it is what it is, right? So it's a project manager's responsibility to go and look at the completion dates, right, that all of his developers have and pad those hours, right? In my business that I'm in, there's no way that the engineers get the real due date, right? The job of a project manager when they have projects with actual due dates, right, is to basically set that due date at least 2 weeks in advance, right? If you have a due date of May 31st, you're telling the engineer that it's at least due on May 15th, right? At a minimum, you're at least giving yourself a 2 week buffer, right? And that's not software, right? That's just engineering design, right? With software, it's hard, right? Richard has always said, and everyone has always said, software is hard, right? And when you come up to these last minute issues, like when they do the code review and they find that, hey, maybe we weren't thinking about this before, but we had a great idea kind of at the 11th hour here, that, hey, we can move this, or we should move this validator rotation from the Solidity, right, from the EVM side to the Go Pulse side, right? Well, that's, that's scope creep, right? So the reason why Richard doesn't want to give you guys updates anymore is because he's tired of you guys whining and not understanding what's actually going on in the process, right? You're expecting him, on one side to be transparent, but then on the other side, give you an actual date, and he can't give you an actual date because software is hard. And then everyone tries to put all these other reasons, to it. All these talk about, speculation about, him, the time to market and either waiting for the price to go up or down. I mean, listen, guys, if you think that HEX is immune to the global economy, what's going on in the global economy, you're insane, right? It's not correlated to Bitcoin 100%, but, it's still correlated to the US dollar, right? And to the overall economy. You can't ignore that. So, yeah, everyone just needs to chill, realize software is hard. We probably have, a soft kind of date to launch somewhere in September? Was it September 9th, I think, or August 9th? Whenever Ethereum is doing the merge. I don't know if they've actually announced the date yet. Sometime August or September, I think. Whenever the ETH merge is supposed to actually happen. That's kind of like more or less a soft date that we want to hit. It would be my assumption, right? We don't want to be dealing with the Ethereum blockchain after it goes to proof of stake, and we don't want to be dealing with it after the time bomb, the difficulty time bomb, whatever goes off on Ethereum, right? Because you still want to be linked with Ethereum when you launch your mainnet. So we do have probably some dates, in mind in the future. That's not too far out. It's a few months out. But we just need to give the devs some time, give them some room, and don't take everything so, seriously, I guess. I don't know. And just realize when Richard's giving us information, especially if it's directly from the devs, that's exactly what it is. it's directly from the devs, and there's different perspectives, right? Maybe he shouldn't be doing that as a manager, right? As a manager, maybe he should be managing our expectations more. But that's not Richard, right? Richard's just going to give us a transparent view of what he's getting, and that's pretty much it. So that's my viewpoint, anyways.
Thank you.
That perfect. Well said.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much.
Does anyone mind if I pop a matcha question in?
Sure.
So I've been looking into having a go with the limit orders. Is there anywhere in matcha where it shows you like what price targets people have set? Does that make sense? Like when people have got the target setting, can you see that in matcha?
Like an order book?
Is that what it's got? I've never done it before. So somewhere you could say, all right, well, there's loads of people that's going to put in for, say, 0.5, 0.05. So I'll come with a 0.045. Is there any way of seeing that?
I'm not aware of a order book feature on Matcha.
Okay, thank you.
But I only used it like once or twice, and I didn't look for one, so maybe somebody else knows something more.
And on a light-hearted note, I'm in my shed and I have nearly completed smashing letters into washers and putting them washers on bolts.
You just doxed yourself. I heard you banging.
Yeah, I haven't hit my fingers today though.
So basically, the prophet says that we are looking to probably not secure, but probably have like a soft launch by August, September, right? That's what he says.
Yeah, probably because of the difficulty bomb being somewhere around that time, and that would be I would say a hard deadline to actually launch before.
And if it doesn't happen, we can point our fingers at Profess this time.
Well, to
Yeah.
anyone who's still doubtful after that, really ask anyone that you know who is a developer and ask them, like, to be really honest with you, when somebody asks them for a deadline, do they really know? Because I personally haven't met a single developer in my lifetime that's been 100% transparent or was able to say when they're done. Because done, again, like you said earlier, means you're done with your particular little code, but doesn't mean the project is done. If you're just a role in the bigger team, you never know that. And on top of that, you have, after you are done, you have a QA process. You hand it over to QA. I'm assuming he does the same here. So done just means done for you.
So I don't have any like software development experience, but I do know growing up and whatnot, like waiting for a video game and you know how long that takes and never comes out on time, and then even when it comes out there's all sorts of like bugs and stuff they gotta fix. So when Richard says software software is hard, like I believe him.
It's
So
not
basically,
uncommon. This is why. Go ahead, Jay.
this basically will affect only Pulsechain, nothing to do with PulseX. The testnet who is running right now, it will continue to be the same. It's only on the Pulsechain side, right?
Testnet will not be affected, but there is still work to be done on PulseX from what I can see, because I've been trying to figure out the exact details of the incentive token, the reward token, whatever it's going to be called. And there's not a lot of, or actually any first party or first hand documentation on it. And that still needs to be done. Or maybe it's done and not released, I don't know, but it's definitely missing.
For the person who was asking about matcha earlier, there is no book where you can see other people's orders.
Okay, thank you.
At this point for me, I don't care when the launch is. I don't want to hear a date of when it could be. Only thing I'm looking forward to is the next bull market. If that'll be 2 years from now before the halvening, cool. But as far as launch date, it don't matter. It really don't matter. I mean, the only reason that the launch date matter is for people that need money, but yeah, just look for the next bull cycle. And if you have your tokens secured, you'll be okay. But the
Let me
launch
raise
date, you'll
my
drive
hand.
yourself crazy.
Let me raise my hand for the DeFi parts.
The next bull cycle, in my opinion, is gonna be 2025. Because Bitcoin halving is gonna be 2024, and most likely it's gonna be
April
2025.
2024. March 2024 is the next halving. The halving before this, it took about half a year before Bitcoin really spiked, and that was 6 months after May 2020.
I think that's the date that we should be looking at, not when it's launch. Me personally.
I think that's a very mature point, and that's how most people should be looking at. Otherwise, like you're gonna get washed out in the next 2 years. Because people are thinking like Pulse is gonna launch and it's just gonna be like rainbows and butterflies, but it's not until like we really enter that next bull run and all the macro things settle.
I think Pulsechain and PulseX is gonna be similar to Hex. There's gonna be a spike and then it's gonna be a dump because there is so many desperate people who sacrifice and they need the money for some reason. They see 2 or 3x, they're gonna dump. So we have to get, for the people who are staying here for the long term, we have to get rid of the paper hands. Probably they will buy later on more expensive, but we still have to touch the bottom and then move on the way up. The same thing that happened with Hex. So it's not about launching or no on the bear market. We have to settle the ground first, and then move from there all the way up.
Can someone explain the halving, what it means, and why it's important?
They haven't happened every 4 years. All the miners on Bitcoin, they get rewarded by mining Bitcoin. It begins with every time that a halving happened, it get cut in half. The last time it was like, I believe it was 25 or something. This one's gonna be 12 and a half Bitcoin per block or whatever, or something like that. So the main idea is the reward it get cut in half.
Last time was in 2012, and the next one will be 2024. Somewhere in March.
Me personally, I think we'll have a bull run before the halving. I think this is just my opinion. Don't mean anything.
We will have
But
probably.
I think once the war is over and inflation is kind of put in check, I think the market will take off and crypto will too.
There was a small bull run in 2019 that Bitcoin went up to 15,000.
Sorry, 2020 was the last one, not 2012, of course, every 4 years.
No. Yeah, but there was a small bull run because I was in construction. A guy bought a $3,000 tune Bitcoin in 2019, just before the really small spike up. And it was that Bitcoin went up to 15,000. And I was amazed because it was before the halving. And then it went down and we had that COVID dip, remember?
Yeah, I assume we're probably going to go sideways for a little bit here. But then I have a feeling the U.S. election cycle is going to have something to do with it, right? And you might see a pump basically in November because of the elections, right? And who gets voted in. So you could see a little pump, whether that's going to be a sustained, pump, or if it's just going to be a little bump and then go back down is another question. But I would say, hopefully we're on track to go up at the end of the year again, and get some highs here, right? So get away from the single digit price action, at least on HEX would be nice.
I also hear that the Fed's gonna lower the interest rate by the end of the year too. They supposedly it's gonna decrease the interest rate for the mortgage and everything at the end of the year. So that could also help.
Well, if that happens, that doesn't help. That does not help inflation. Borrowing rates go up to control inflation.
Well, anyway, we have to be prepared, man. History has proved themselves that people who DCA and don't panic sell, they are the one who win. So you see Hex now at 5.5 cents. Even if you go 3, 4, 1 cent, you just continue to DCA and forget about the future. Just hold on. That's it.
Yeah, just to speak on the interest rates and everything, I own a business and I've been told by multiple of my suppliers that the quotes we're receiving now that are so high in 6 months by the time we're ready to order these products, they'll be much lower, but they're not elaborating. And then recently I was just told by a friend that multiple loan officers were told earlier this week that they're going to be basically laid off in the next 3 weeks. So it definitely has my ears perked. I'm a little bit concerned that we're not hearing the whole story, but I think there's definitely something coming here. And Mark, anyway, with the other remarks, if they do lower interest rates by the end of the year, that's all bad things.
I completely agree with you. If interest rates start going down, that means the economy cannot withstand what they thought it could. That means everything goes down.
Exactly. And thank God I'm in a position in life right now where I'm okay with that. That's okay.
But you have to understand that interest rate high. It means that who what people in the middle class can buy a home. Interest rate at 7%, 8%. Who in the hell is gonna buy home with the inflation of the price of the home right now? Who's gonna be able to afford buying a home? Nobody, bro.
Yeah, but you're looking on the short term. I mean, right now we have been seeing historic lows. I mean, back in the 80s when the S&L crisis happened, and you saw interest rates at 18%, and people were still buying homes. It all is a circle. It's like anything else. It all plays hand in
Well,
hand.
where are home prices right now?
Home price.
Yeah,
That's the other
homes
big
were under 100 grand back then.
Right.
understood, but what were you making an hour? What was minimum wage back then? I mean, it's all relative to the time.
Right.
Right now, homes are overinflated because products are overinflated. That's actually what my business is. I build custom homes. With the rate hikes, I recently had a customer that they lost their loan. So luckily, we never started the house. We were still in engineering and all that stuff. But the bank pulled the loan from them, or basically told them it had to be right at 50,000 less for them to still qualify. And they asked me if I was willing to lower the price. I'm like, we have to remove a lot of stuff and redesign this house to get to their price point.
Call me once people selling their homes.
I went into the last boat. I bought my home in November 2021, and I was so lucky to lock 3.25%. After that, bro, I bought my home for 300,000 in North Carolina, and it's already 40,000 bucks up since November. And there is no way I'm gonna sell my home, bro. Where I go, where I'm gonna be able to go? The rent is going to the roof now. The more the interest goes up, the more the rent's gonna cost. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's tied to everything else. And let's just say your mortgage payment would be 2,500, but now you can rent something, and I have a couple rentals too. I can raise my rent to 2,200. I'm still saving you 300 a month, and you can walk anytime, just about.
Better hope people will be able to pay their rent.
That's what's gonna. Man, there's so many things I don't understand right now, though. I really thought we're having a hard time with trade base in all industries. It's not one over the other. But I thought here in the States, when they stopped sending the checks out, you would see people re-entering the workforce. That really just did not happen, at least not in my area. So I say that to say, I guess people have found another way to live. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on.
If anybody wants to understand what's going to probably happen in the future, a gentleman just kind of opened your eyes to it. The 1980s, when inflation and everything was so high, that is when everything started readjusting, just like that builder just stated, that people are losing their opportunity to build because they're not able to afford as much. Things will have to start going backwards. Rents won't be able to be asking so much because the people won't be able to afford it. Things will start scaling back from one thing to another to a point till we get to an equilibrium.
It's called a correction.
Call it a correction. Absolutely.
In
And it is
1980,
due.
we had a housing, pretty much the interest rate bubble. But today, today we have everything bubble. Everything is overinflated. Housing, gas, food prices, the bond market, the stock market, money printing.
and none of it's going to be fixed until the bubble pops. What do you think the popping looks like? You think it's going to be gentle? No.
That is exactly my point. I think this next time it's going to be really bad because I think it's going to cover more industries than, you know, the most recent housing crash or whatever you want to refer to that as. Um, I am liquidating. I've got a house. I've got a couple houses, but I'm about to sell one of them that's been my primary residence for a while, and I'm just going to stick it out in the other one, see what happens.
Do we really think it's going to be, I mean, you know, I hear the comparison to 08 and just the little I've seen compared to like what financial institutions and banks were doing then compared to now. It does seem different, the amount of debt or leverage they had on their books, to put it simply. I mean, I'm in the book that, yeah, we're in a correction, we're seeing a correction. I personally think it's going to be a little more of a lull compared to 2008. I don't think it's going to get as out of whack. But
what they did in 2008 with the quantitative easing 1, 2, 3, and 4 and infinity is what's causing all of this problems now. So right back then it was a housing crisis, housing bubble. Now it's a dollar bubble, which is going to affect everything, just like he said.
In 2008, we were literally a weekend away from a global collapse of everything. And the only reason why they saved it is they injected $800 billion in one go to try to get the so-called engine moving again, because all debt was frozen. They were literally a weekend away from everything going collapse. They didn't tell everybody that, but those who study it know that. They injected not only 800 billion, but after that they were doing about 60 to 80 billion dollars a month to keep it going, and that's where we are today again. Nothing's changed. No regulations have come in, or people have suffered, or people have gone to jail for what they did. They've done it again. It's inflated again. It's worse this time, and this time you don't. It's 800 billion is not going to solve the problem again. 80 trillion won't solve the problem again. They cannot get out of this by money printing. So how are they going to get out of it? Nobody knows. But I'll tell you one thing, it's not going to be nice and pretty.
No,
I
it's
don't know,
not.
Crypto Goose. Crypto Goose, adding to your point, and that there's a lot of information being put out there that they've basically got a new economic system sitting on the sideline. They're just waiting for the opportune time to bring it to fruition.
Of course, of course. So behind the scenes, they know the dollar is done. We see inflation kind of trickle in, and it's certainly more than the 7 or 8% that they state. It's more like 20% or more. But that's not the inflation that worries me. The inflation that worries me is when all the people who buy the treasury bills and bonds, like China, Russia, and other countries, they're starting to dump those bonds. And when those bonds, when they start coming home to roost, where's all that money going to go? It's going to come back to the US, and you will see a tidal wave of inflation. That's what scares me. Now, they're not going to let that happen. They're obviously going to try to roll out their new currency before then, which, they're even vocal about it. It's not even a secret anymore. So this is all going to be we're at a crossroads in history as to how this is going to play out. But I don't think it's going to be a soft landing. You talk about housing prices. Generally speaking, throughout history, normal prices for houses should be between 3 and 5 times the average household income. Where I live, it's north of 10 times. And
Wow.
people are talking about that as sustainable. That's not
Hey, Crypto Goose, what do you think about what they spoke about when George Bush was president talking about the Amero, the combination of Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. as one currency called the Amero.
Yeah, that was all kind of in conjunction, in vogue with doing something what the euro did. The euro kind of was a failed project. Many countries suffered from it, and I don't think it was. It doesn't really matter now because we have, relatively speaking, a global reserve currency called the U.S. dollar, and so everything will be contingent on the U.S. dollar, and all the other currencies. It's just a race to the bottom. You know, it's what is the best horse in the glue factory. So this is where we are today. It's not that the U.S. dollar is strong; it's just strong relative to really, really weak currencies. And those countries aren't interested to keep their currency strong because they're like, okay, you're going to give me free dollars. I'm going to spend it for as long as you're allowed to give me assets with your paper, I will continue using paper to buy up assets. And that's where we are. That's why China has gone on a secret buying spree around the world. And if they're in your, they're buying buildings, land, everything. JP Morgan, downtown Manhattan, sold their building silently to Chinese interests at half the value of the going rate of the property. That's unheard of. So it just tells you where we are.
Did you read Ray Dalio's changing world orders theory?
Well, Ray Dalio is a very smart guy and maybe one of the most talented, experienced people in the world. He made his millions in the bond market, and he talks about a coming, you know, I don't like using the word crash, but recession um, coming, and it'll hit hard. And what scares me is he talks about not not going to the dollar to hide. Now, considering he's a bond guy, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, but he's resting his case based on long-term history, so he's not going to be that far off. I think he might not be exactly right about some of his thoughts, but you know, it's not far off.
Well, he's a smart dude, and he's a well-respected dude, and he's been more right than wrong throughout his career. And I, I'm not saying I don't really like all his stuff that he says, but as far as a well-respected smart guy, I count and pay attention when he talks.
Well, Crypto Goose,
Nobody likes the messenger.
wouldn't you agree that this new system is just the same people are going to be in charge doing the same exact thing? It's not going to be beneficial to us.
Well, I agree, but I don't want to go down a conspiracy rabbit hole either.
Okay. I meant they've been.
I was gonna
Go
say, I don't
ahead.
know if it's not necessarily beneficial to us. I mean, I'm no multi-billionaire or anything like that. I think, what government does, and I'm not a proponent for it at any means, you just have to look and, play by their rules that they're setting out a bit, buy income producing assets, real estate, things like that. And that's not only where you get, hard money from and hard value, but that's also how the government sets you up to get the biggest benefits, right? Tax reductions and so on. You just have to, on a smaller scale, try to play by their rules more and more.
Yeah, they've realized that their debt-based system has reached the maximum because they've abused it, which is all part of the plan. I mean, that's what you do with a debt-based monetary system. But they've realized that they're past their due date, and they need to do another Bretton Woods, which behind the scenes, I think it's happening. Not sure how all that's going to play out. People talk about a CBDC coming on board, a new U.S. reserve currency. I believe that is coming. I believe the dollar will just be transferred over to a digital dollar. They will reset all the world's debt. Everybody will somehow come to some agreement. I'm not sure how they'll do that, and who's going to be at that table, but I think that's going to happen. And it's not going to benefit us. It never does. So, how that plays out, you have to protect yourself as best as you can and diversify as best as you can, and take care of your most important interests, and we'll see how it plays out.
When do they expect that to hit its hardest, as you said, when they expect it to kick in?
Oh, God knows. God knows. There's so many black swans. I don't think. I think they're really, really trying not to have a collapse. That certainly. I think they want it more of a controlled thing, and so I suspect in the next year to 3 years they'll roll out a new system for us, and then they'll tell us the rules.
And on that, do you think that crypto will be a beacon for people to come to, or do you think it'll just be that much of a global recession that everything will just hit rock bottom? And what's anybody's thoughts on that, please?
It could be if we do it right. This doesn't look like everyone's doing it right.
Yeah, well, what I think they're, I think what they're trying to do is to pair up the new financial system with a new broader governance system, and that's going to be. Go ahead.
Just going to add, I believe they will use a crypto, guaranteed. It just won't be one of ours. They'll roll out their own, and
Agree.
that's for sure.
Agree.
But that doesn't mean anything happens to our crypto. The reason why I say we're at the fork in the road is the unknown is that they can't control is what we do with our crypto. And they've taken every step right now to regulate it as much as they can and participated in as much as they can, so that once they get their tentacles in it, then it limits what we can do with it. But if the crypto world decides to opt out of their system, then you have a turning point in history. But I don't know if there's a will yet in crypto as a basis to use crypto as it's intended. Right now we're more interested to use it as a speculative instrument and get rich in fiat, which is good and it works, and that's why we're all here. But if we decide to use crypto as it's intended, then they might not have very much say in that. So, but it has to be a worldwide kind of event to happen, and I think we're far away from that.
Yeah,
I hope you're right.
It's like trying to time the market. Nobody knows when, but this is long-term projection talk. This is not like 5 to 10 years down the road kind of talk. Could be, but these things take time.
The sad thing is that people don't do anything or don't react until there is a currency crisis. And we've seen this in recent history with countries that have gone through their own currency crisis. And we can study history, and people start to understand what money is and the value of how it is and the effect of it only during those times. So I hate to say it, but I think we're going to have to only realize what crypto is until there's a currency crisis.
Yep. People like to be on autopilot, for things that work. And once it stops working, that's when you open the hood of your car and take a look and like, what could be possibly wrong here? This is, if you were a responsible human being, you would be doing this due diligence every month and make sure that your engine doesn't break down. But the majority of people does not do that. That's on you. Like, that's on them. It's not even much of a conspiracy. It's more like mass stupidity, in my opinion. You can see that in 2008 as well. It wasn't, I mean, yes, it wasn't like everybody had the insight, but there were plenty of people who had the opportunity to.
Yeah, and that's by design. I think they purposely don't educate people on how finance works and how money works, how money is created, how the system works. And, there's only a select few people who actually go through the process of learning that and researching that and understanding that. And that's not a 30-second, between traffic lights discussion. Once you come to that, then you can kind of try to prepare, but it's hard to get even a dialogue with people as to what can happen. And that's what I meant by they have to wait until it's a currency crisis before they have to understand what's really happening.
I can't even fathom what that looks like. That's scary.
It's just
Well,
another currency taking over. Like, that's basically it. You'll always have some
you,
sort of reserve currency.
you can look at what happened in Venezuela. They had a country that was, run by a dictator. That's fine, but a- what happened after when they collapsed the country? It went to total bedlam, crazy stuff. And you see some of the effects in the U.S. with tent cities and crap that you'd never think you'd see in America, but it's pretty sad. So um, a lot of the collapse, although we talk about I don't want to be naive to also think that there's a lot of people suffering already, and people who are really struggling to meet, even making decisions on, do I drive to work? Do I eat this week? Or do I pay my bills? Like that's really sad. And that's not that far away from each of us. So,
Yeah, that was kind of what I was saying. Just looking at what's going on now and just taking it to the next level, to the fact to where when and if this ever happens, there's a point where they gotta negotiate the outstanding debt that we owe other countries, and how that happens and who's involved is a whole nother different story. But there's a really good possibility that they pretty much tell everybody that has a bank account that we're taking half of what you got or more.
oh yeah,
And that's what's scary.
I mean, don't forget we talk about the CBDC, but I'm not sure how many of you are aware of a universal basic income. This language has entered our lexicon, and people are talking about it quite openly. And how many people in your area would accept getting a nice salary, not nice salary, but a salary every year from the government in exchange for not owning anything ever again? You know, how many people would say, "Yep, I'll never have to go into debt, but I don't have to worry about car or a house or food"? At least that's the promise. That's how they'll entice you. How many people would go for that deal?
A lot. A lot.
Exactly. And it'll be done to entice people to get in. And, you know, it'll certainly, it's the definition of socialism. But, and then once they're in, what are you going to do when they start changing the rules? Saying, yeah, you can only spend your money on this time, and by the way, you no longer can own any.
Well, I think that also goes back to the. I'm sorry. Go ahead, crypto. Didn't mean to butt in.
Control it, they can say what you spend your money on. I live in a country where if you donated to a trucking group that was doing peaceful protesting, they shut your bank account off. That's here today now. What happens what happens when you think they get their control and they don't like what podcast you're subscribed to, or whatever, who you listen to, or what group you associate with.
Well, I think that goes back to what you were saying about the CBCD, was the fact that they are, or they wanted to have, it's a type of blockchain, not like crypto, but they're going to have programmable rights, which is going to allow them to do exactly what you're talking about. If they don't like your political views, exactly what they're doing in China is what they want to do here.
A smart man once said, when they come to take your freedoms away, you kill them.
They're coming after the guns too, man.
Passed a law, not passed a law. They will be passing a law to eliminate handguns in my country. Out of the blue.
Hey, Crypto Goose, what do you feel about Pierre Polyev?
Sorry, you cut out there. I didn't hear the last part of your comment.
I said, what do you feel about Pierre Polyev?
He's a good politician. He understands to take the opposite side of the government. So I think he's, on that respect, he's he's going to obviously garner votes because that's the popular thing to do. But I'm not sure I trust any politician these days, really. I don't know how to
Fire them all. They've proven themselves unworthy. They're all a bunch of bastards.
Yeah. So, even though they say the right thing and they're contrary to what the government's doing, but they're political, they understand how it works. When you dig into Polyev and some of his cronies, they're also, high up in the World Economic Forum meetings. And so it's like, well, I thought you were against that, I thought you didn't like being part of that. So I think he offers certainly some things that are beneficial for sure. He talks about being pro crypto, which is the only language I want to hear from politicians where I live. And so when they come around, that's the only thing I want to talk about. And he's pro crypto, and so I guess the proof will be in the pudding if he starts to get into some sort of power place.
I'd take conservative over liberal any day on the federal level, anyways.
Today, yeah, definitely. The people we have at the top today are very dangerous.
Have any of you guys ever thought about maybe running for one of those offices?
Complete silence.
I'm trying to figure out how to. I'm trying to figure out how to answer.
Which means hell no.
Yeah, I'd love to, but I'm just not smart enough.
No, the smartest, most talented people.
I doubt that.
Never.
It's a popularity vote. You don't need to be smart.
popularity vote. I mean, it's one of the most hated jobs around. It's kind of a funny thing to run for.
Right. Whatever you do, you're gonna be wrong. The people is not gonna agree with what you do. It's a hard thing to do, but everybody sits on the sideline and complain about what they do. But everybody have a right to run. Get out there and give it a go. Maybe people vote you in.
It's hard because sometimes medicine is tough to take. And sometimes the best thing to do is not the easiest thing to do, or certainly the most popular thing to do. So, Aristotle used to talk about people needing to be educated. Reasoning is you have two people who are running. You have a doctor type who tells you have to take medicine and it's going to be painful, but you need to do it to get better. And then you got the candy shop owner who promises free candy all day long. And people tend to go for the candy. So that's what politicians do. They
Well,
promise you
the thing I've
everything, and
noticed
that
is
guys
that
who get in.
the thing I've noticed that there are some people that's good at campaigning, and then there's some people that's good at policy making. Very rarely do you get a political person that's good at both of them. So, I mean, that's what we got. Some people that could talk real good and get in there and absolutely does nothing. And then there's some people that could barely finish a sentence, but they get in there and do the right things for the people. So,
Some guys can write code but can't write the manuals.
If you've got a place that has good politicians that look after the people, let me know where you live. I'd like to move there.
That's an oxymoron.
Yeah, just for some context,
I'm serious.
we had we had an election yesterday in Ontario, and one of the smaller parties is actually called None of the Above. It's pretty funny.
My granddad always said there's a huge difference between a politician and a statesman.
Very true.
Yeah, the days of statesmen, not too many around these days.
When you can come into office broke and exit a multimillionaire, statesmanship goes out the window.
that's a fact.
Do you guys know who Benjamin Carson is?
I do.
Yeah.
Yep.
So to me, he was the epitome of what would be amazing for an American president, at least on his resume. And I've heard him speak several times, and I know his
I was
background. I
rooting
know
for
what
him
it is.
big time.
And yet they destroyed that man. Not even politically, but even in his own party. And he ended up being labeled as crazy and dismissed. That is what happens
Kind of like
when
Ron
people
Paul.
run for right.
Well,
Exactly.
Ron Paul would actually be the perfect American president. Are you talking about Dr. Benjamin Carson? Are you talking about? Is that who he's talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dr.
Dr. Ben.
Oh yeah. Well, obviously they attacked him because he agreed with Trump on on several things. Yeah.
No. They attacked him because of his religious beliefs, and he was he was labeled as a right-wing fundamentalist, but
Well, they
he's
labeled
a
him
doc-
an
a doc-
Uncle Tom. So, in other words, it's
That's what
identity
happened.
politics. Like, yeah, like you have to, like, if you're from a certain race, you have to think this way, and if you don't, you get ostracized. Yeah, that's called identity politics, basically. Like, which is the worst thing you can ever do.
Well, what is that guy supposed to do? Like, his resume is about as polished as you could be, and what he's done in his life is incredible, like absolutely incredible. It would take us 10 lifetimes to do what he's done. And yet,
Correct, but all you have to do to destroy him, all you have to do to destroy him is call him an Uncle Tom. That's it. One word.
I
It
know.
Isn't this
destroys
the guy
everything
that
he
thought
did.
they had alien grain
point
silos in the pyramids?
Is good people don't go into politics. The best people never are there. And that's sad for the politics because we never attract the best people.
But Goose, just because you got a good resume, that don't mean you're gonna be a good policymaker. There's plenty good resumes that can't do nothing when it comes to delivering policy to your district or your constituents.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying resume. I'm talking in general of what he's done in his life. I think he can serve the position.
Well, he was the chair of housing, and he didn't do anything amazing while he was the chair of housing. I'm just saying.
Look, let's not go get into this because this is very complicated and it goes into victimhood and identity politics, and certain people will be offended. People don't like the truth.
I
If it
mean,
wasn't for
facts
Ron
is
Paul,
facts.
the Federal Reserve would not even be talked about like it is on the news today.
Whose truth
No,
are you talking about?
this is going to get into a race conversation, and that is going to
No,
be a
it's
problem.
not. It's not going to get
Yeah,
into
I
No,
a
think
it's
it
No,
is.
not.
it,
No,
I
it's
don't
Hey,
agree
not.
with that.
a lot of
You're
these
the first one that
politicians,
brought it up.
Look,
a
But
lot of
it's
these
also not,
politicians,
it's also not a Richard Hart Project conversation.
yeah, a lot of these politicians come from long bloodlines, and they're infested already and they're in, and it's hard to get them out. So it's a lot of them. If they weren't politicians, they could not do anything for society. They're broken actors, and I don't know. They have mental illness.
Anybody
Politicians.
else get that 5-cent dip? I think it's 5.1 cents.
no, I'm waiting for it to go a
Yeah,
little
buddy.
lower.
What we have to do is sanction China and start producing
Yeah, I had
in
my
the
first limit
U.S.
order hit at 5.1 cent.
Nice.
Do you get charged as a fee still for the if you do limit orders?
No.
Sweet.
But it's kind of baked in the price. Like your limit order is gonna, feel when it's a little lower than the actual price because of the,
Nobody has a better resume
he's
than Trump.
Well, I voted for him, but he sold out to the he sold out to the pharmaceutical companies. That's just a
Yeah,
fact.
that's the only thing that I didn't agree with him on was that.
Nah, you know what? He talks a good game. I like his policies. I like when he got out of the, he did a lot of good things. But the truth is, all these things happened on his watch. 2020, it was under his watch, and yeah, all he talks about is pharmaceutical companies and how great the vaccines. are. So yeah, I'm out. I'm out after that.
Unfortunately.
Who? What are you talking about? I missed it.
No, somebody mentioned Trump, and I just I gave a rebuttal.
They skip the politics, man. That's gonna go turn really bad. Might as well talk about something else.
Yeah, just like in a bar conversation, no politics, no religion, right?
It's going okay so far.
So, you know, those things are really opinionated. I mean, we talk about a lot of things that are opinionated in here, but those for sure will
Yeah.
have some polarity.
I think we should talk about it until somebody doesn't want to talk about it, and when somebody gets uncomfortable, then we move on. So if everybody is comfortable, we can talk about it. If somebody's uncomfortable, then we move on.
You're inviting trouble, man. It's better to stay away.
You just
Yeah, I
have to
just
click
don't
one.
see how it's
One,
productive.
people have
What
to
does that have to do
realize
with crypto or Hex?
what happens
Okay,
is you
so
have to be able to agree to disagree and then move on.
okay, so if somebody's uncomfortable, we move on. So Mike
Well, I
is
just heard three
uncomfortable. He wants to
people
move
say
on.
that they were uncomfortable, and we keep talking about it. So, what do you think?
Yeah, it's not a matter of uncomfortable.
If that's the
So
case,
Open. It's
depending
not a
on
matter of
who's
being.
president,
It's not. Hold on. Hey. It's not a matter of being uncomfortable or not. Is what productivity or value does this base on a hex base, Pulsechain, PulseX
right?
conversation talking about something in 2020, no matter what it is, kites or presidents.
Right.
Exactly.
I'm tying it back to crypto. I'm just saying that who's ever is in which party's ever in for crypto will probably do better one way or the other, and we all know which one's better.
all right, let's talk about crypto. Let's talk about Hex.
So I forget who brought it up, but the link to Pulsechain staking, is it? Has been fixed now from the PulseX website.
Yeah, it was
PulseX
also brought up
staking?
that we should all kind of stay away from links. I'm going to start typing in the URLs directly.
Or have them bookmark on your browser, so you can't just always use the bookmark.
I mean, if you're on the PulseX website, you should be able to click on a link to go to the Pulse staking or delegating website. I mean, that should be fine. Yeah, you mainly want to stay away from clicking links from other people and clicking links in Yahoo or not Yahoo, jeez, in Google or whatever your search engine is, especially if it's the advertisement. You want to stay away from the advertisements because they can be redirected, to other locations other than what it looks like.
Right, because sometimes when you click on links, there's like added / all kinds of stuff. I just want the beginning of the death.
Yeah, none of the tracing stuff, and I mean, people have installed the wrong MetaMask because they Google MetaMask and they click on the advertisement, and it's a hacked version of MetaMask. So that's why we don't click on links.
Bookmark.
I think it's the same issue with Chainlist. If you Google a Chainlist, the first two websites that with the end with US, and I believe they hack as well, because you cannot do bits and bobs on that website.
So, are we done with doom and gloom talk? Let's step away for a minute. Be positive for a moment. Hopefully, Pulse comes out. They got all the bugs fixed. Everything works great, and life is good.
Well, Richard's movie sounds just great. All the reviews, the score.
No sarcasm at all, right? Um, I don't mind necessarily making a movie. One of the biggest things I feel is wrong with crypto is there's no really good press, no good marketing for it. I don't know if maybe that's just my thinking on it, my perception on it, but because I am new to crypto, that probably has a lot to do with it as well. So any ambassador that we can have out there, saying, hey, get into this stuff, this is what it can do for you to change your life, I think it's got to be a positive thing.
Hey, come and stake it. I wanted to send you a DM. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, man.
Yeah, I can't wait till the movie's outside the walls of his castle. Get it out in mainstream. Netflix sounds awesome. And then there could be a celebrity coming on board they had mentioned. So I wonder who that could be. How about Tom Green, you Canadians?
Oh, I know Tom Green. He was funny as hell when he got his time here on MTV.
Oh yeah,
He
he
was a
moved
funny
back to
dude.
Canada. He's got a
Canadians,
homestead.
no,
Did you see his podcast?
Canadians are
It's pretty
funny, man.
cool.
You guys, no,
Yeah.
I haven't
Freddie got
heard
fingered.
from him in a while, but
It's on your lips.
Plays a lot of hockey, eh?
I saw him go on his road trip before he bought that homestead. I don't know if he's still out on the road. But yeah,
No,
Freddie Got Fingered is a fucking classic, man.
yeah, he's
Hilarious.
goofing around on his homestead, making his music.
I went to college in Tom Green County in Texas, and he came to our college. It was pretty damn funny. It was around that time he made that movie.
It's funny because at the time he got so much flack for that movie. I think it basically ruined his career, but man, that movie is hilarious. Absolutely. That scene when that sausage scene when he plays the piano or whatever, the keyboard thing with the sausage, and his dad comes home. Fucking absolutely
Daddy, would you like
Daddy,
some
would you like
coffee?
Oh
some
my
brilliant,
God.
man. The song.
Oh my God, I remember that. That was outrageous.
Yeah,
He
it's
was outrageous for it.
so ridiculous, man.
He was so ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think it because the movie sort of like got a cult following after the fact, but I remember when it came out, he got absolutely murdered. So yeah, but I love that movie, man. It's absolutely fucking hilarious. Another thing is that those Jackass guys, for example, they basically just stole all his stuff. Like he was just before his time. Like he didn't get, he didn't get the recognition that he deserves, really. Like he was a trailblazer, man. He was the first. I saw this interview with him where they go over all the stuff that the Jackass guys just basically just copied, just stole from him. And yeah, and obviously they went on to have like crazy careers and make millions of dollars. He probably did too. He made some good money, but not the amount that he should have. Yeah, let's get Tom Green on board.
Dude, Tom Green's freaking genius. I think he's trying to reboot his show in some form or another.
Yeah, he's
The
gonna
Slut Mobile.
turn one of his barns into a studio. So that'll be nice to see him.
Yeah, I think they got to bring on some kind of big star in order to sell the documentary to maybe Netflix. Um, so I think they're gonna have to bring somebody on that could sell some that people want to see stream on Netflix. So who knows who that could be? How much y'all think they done spent on that doc so far? Got to be over $1 million, right?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think Rackham put in 500K, and so did the God Whale, and then they probably got some other funds.
Wonder if God will make an appearance in the doc.
So a lot of early adopters in Hex don't really need to buy anymore. I mean, great, they got in on this project early. Are they kind of sniping off taking their profits, which I would do. But I just see. I was just thinking that they got in super low amount of money, probably 10 grand, 20 grand, got them life changing wealth. So we don't see any of that money coming in. So it's all about new investors.
Well, one good thing about Hex that I noticed is one event, like when Richard announced the Pulse chain and that he was forking Ethereum. That one event pushed Hex from 1 cent to 50 cent, which was probably overdone, but the all the hype around it going to 20 cents, to 25 cents, to 30, to 40, it brought in a lot of people and a lot of money. But now that the hype has kind of died down, it's kind of settling back closer to where it started. And the way I look at it is, with it being such low liquidity, events like that could pump Hex quicker than most cryptocurrency. So who knows? Another event of Richard decides to do something, it could pump Hex again like that.
Just new investors, by the way. It's usually just new dry powder, and that can be existing investors as well.
Well, yeah, that's true too. Yeah, they can take some of their dry powder and rebuy in. Yeah.
Because I did, and a couple of people I know did. So I don't know how many of those are around.
Yeah, and that basically happened off 30,000 people sacrificing. Like, it pumped the price up that much just off 30,000 people.
So yeah, the potential is ready to go nuclear. There's a huge potential in there.
2,000 people is a lot, and we can assume that it's actual people because having multiple wallets during a sacrifice is not beneficial.
It would be crazy if somebody like Kiyosaki would be in the movie.
I would like.
I don't know. I mean, Kinetics talks about big players, and he kind of hints towards Kiyosaki. Could be.
Yeah, RG3 actually had a in-person interview with Kiyosaki back in the winter, I believe. Apparently he was shilling on Hex, so not too sure.
Richard's name was mentioned to him in the past, but if he's interested is a whole other question.
Yeah, I wonder if we would have to pay him. The movie guy said that they're gonna like have to come up with $1 million or something to pay a celebrity, but they're looking into it.
And his son running like some weird Telegram channel, so quality, but still.
I don't. Maybe. I want Jim Cramer. Have Cramer on there.
He's always right.
What I'm trying to figure out from the director's point of view, is he doing it to make money, or is it being used, the documentary, more as a marketing pitch?
He
Because
got paid.
if
He got paid in advance. He was paid. The movie was paid in advance by people.
Plus a resume, right? If it turns out great,
Yeah,
he'll get more work.
yeah. It's all about the
He'll get
resume.
more work.
Yeah, it's about the resume. Yeah, I mean, he's not gonna. Yeah, I mean, it could make money, but he's not worried about it because other people funded the project.
okay,
Yeah,
so he's it's being used as a marketing deal.
yeah.
Yeah. I wish it was a box.
He's just a
Mhm.
filmmaker. He's just a filmmaker making. This is just another documentary that he's making. He probably
Be nice if it
maybe
was a
have.
box.
Yeah, maybe he invested. I don't know, but for all intents
Be
and
nice if it was
purposes,
a box office. Put it all in the movie theaters. Be nice if it was one of those.
No, I think the filmmaker was very honest when he was asked about it. He said he found it interesting. He found Richard Hart interesting, and then I know a lot of people don't want to say nice things about him, but Rockham, among other people, funded the project, and he was like, "Yeah, let's do it." I mean, I think he was pretty transparent. He found everything interesting, and what he's doing is he's adding the movie touch to it. It's all filmmaking. It's all about creating a spectacle. You need a good guy. You need a bad guy. This is a film. It's not a documentary like on animals and there's no neutral. This is a film documentary. So you need good. You need bad. You need the good guy. You need the person who does this, who does that. You need drama, and that's what he's creating right now.
Be a lot of drama. By the way, on that topic, did Rochelle actually fund it from the beginning? Because I thought that he didn't and just wanted to, and then opted to maybe withdraw, etc. Bullshit, according to the director.
Well, watch the Richard Hart interview with the filmmaker, and he said that there was a point. He said that Rockham put 500,000 when it needed to be put. So
Oh,
yeah.
so from what if you watch it again, I mean, maybe I read it wrong, but I believe he said that he put it down as a promise, but not actually has done so. So that part, and has still the ability to pull it if he doesn't like something.
oh, so kind of like Amber
But
Heard
then everyone
that
wrong.
pledged the movie. I'm sorry, pledged the funds.
Yeah, I didn't read it that way. I didn't read it that way at all. I mean, I watched the interview twice, and to me, he just put the money down. I know you are.
What he did say was that Rackham would be willing to get the celebrity person, which could cost up to $1 million.
That was separate from the 500,000. That was separate
Correct.
from the
The 500,000
500,000 he
already
already
put
put.
in. Right. Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
The reason
So
I
let's
asked, go ahead.
So let's not forget, that Rockham, he's getting a lot of crap, and might be well deserved. I try not to dig too deep into it, but let's not forget he's putting up a lot of money for this movie, and Richard is not putting up his own money. So Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question is because if you're talking about bringing in star power and paying them $1 million and 500,000 that they demand, that signals to me that you're trying to sell the movie, because there will be no reason to do that if you were just trying to, market something and get it out there. That's just my thought. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh no, 100%. This is the filmmaker is his number one concern is whether he can get it funded. Bam, he got that. Then his second concern is, can I make it better? And that's with $1 million to get a celebrity to do the voiceover. And then his third concern is like, can I get it to a distributor? Can I actually make money on the residuals? So it's a process.
If they're gonna spend $1 million, I'm saying get Samuel Jackson to do the voiceover for it.
Yeah, he's like 20 million, Pulse OG. He'll be like 20.
Morgan
Samuel
Freeman.
Jackson, yeah, Morgan Freeman's like 30 million. All right, these guys, yeah, their voices are worth a lot of money. But it would work.
How
It would
awesome
work.
would that be
Imagine.
to have? Sorry,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, how awesome would that be to have Samuel L. Jackson voiceovering for Richard Hart? And this MFer is rich.
That's about $20 million. Awesome, because that's what it would cost. Samuel, his voice is not for free. All right, it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, no doubt.
And Morgan Freeman, I mean, he's who's the top of the top? Morgan Freeman. I mean, he's 30 million.
So what are we gonna get for $1 million?
Yeah, that's a B-list actor.
Pauly Shore.
Emilio Estevez.
Hey Thor, we could hire Redneck.
Or Jaconator.
He's actually
we can hire Jake.
He's actually got a great.
We can hire Jaconator for $1 million.
He's got a great voice, but it's not a Western. But he's got an awesome voice, man.
And he'll do it for free.
How about Amber Heard? She needs the money.
That's a good one.
Nobody wants to hear her voice.
She might shit the bed.
And feed it to people.
Boston weird. That's where she's from. So
You know what would be a good option, which would be in between? You know, those high level British documentary animal voiceovers, like
Attenborough.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great, and it probably would be like 500,000. It wouldn't even. It would be like $500,000 for one of those, because like a nice, classy London British accent, like Hex. It's been profitable so many years.
or the guy that does all the ads for all the movies, the intro to the movies.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, the
Hex
trailer
is
guy.
not your standard. Yeah, Hex is not your standard investment. Usually, you only get 85%. With Hex, you're promised.
What about
10,000x? You're promised.
Hex promises 10,000x, and it's done in over a 2-year period.
Or the guy that does Optimus Prime.
PHEX could do 10,000x.
Oh yeah.
What about Hod Pro?
She's got a Louisiana accent, but she'll do it for free. I mean, we're talking about people that you actually have to pay for, right?
Mike Tyson.
He'd be good.
Hey, what you talking about? Hey, we got some heck. Some hex over here.
They'll knock you out if you don't buy hex.
Nah, what about Mr. T?
Yeah, that'd be
You're a
good.
fool. You're a fool. You're a fool. You don't invest.
Stop. Stop yelling, Jimmy Yalla. Buy this hex today.
Let's get Charlie Sheen.
Oh, Tiger Blood.
What about Seth MacFarlane? Let him do all the Family Guy voices.
Actually, you know what? He might be the only person that could actually charge more than Morgan Freeman. He would probably be worth you more.
Oh, he needs the money. Oh, never mind. That was Seth Green. Never mind.
Yeah, if you want a London accent, how about Stewie or Family Guy? That would be
Lost an
awesome.
NFT.
Or maybe the Gladiator. What we do in life might echoes in eternity. That's why you have to invest in Hex. 555 stake, mate. You don't do it, you will die. Do you want your life to echo in eternity?
Do you use like Cartman or South Park Jimmy?
We'll get Mike Myers do Dr. Evil.
$1 million.
Jay Farrell, he can impersonate anybody's voice. Will he get in trouble? And I'm sure we can get him for under $1 million.
Let's just pay Hexaberry to impersonate all of them for 10 grand.
You guys know who Adam Carolla is? We should get
I'll
Adam
take her for
Carolla.
5. Oh, yeah, he's got a good voice. He's got a nice. Yeah, I would agree. I'd do it for 5, Pulse OG. Hold on, my agent just called me. He said I have to do it for 15. He wants his cut.
James Earl Jones.
That's
Hey, I'll tell
big
you what,
money right there.
Isn't he
Matt
dead?
Damon might be pretty cheap right now.
I like that. That was smooth.
Why is he
Yeah,
canceled?
if Hexaberry does it, we could pay him with Hex, so that would work out perfect.
What about the governor of California? Come on, buy Hex. Do it now.
Do it now.
Do it now. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Get to the chopper.
Do
Get
it.
to the chopper. Invest in Hex. 555 stake. What are you waiting for? Don't be a sissy, man.
Yeah, come on.
I was certain that was a Bangladeshi accent there, mate.
Man, y'all cracking me up, man. Y'all cracking me.
Get to the chopper. Jake and Ada.
Come on.
500
John
people.
Connor.
Come on. John Connor. Jake and Ada.
Oh, God.
I love that Jiganator.
I'm bored more than Jake and Ada.
Who
Jake
is
and
your
Ada,
daddy
I'm
and
bored.
what does he do?
I'm bored.
It's not the rug pool.
It is a rug pool.
The love for Willem Dafoe. Oh.
You know what? Illuminati might be a little under the radar, smooth little voice we can use. He's got a smooth little relaxed voice. Maybe Illuminati would do a good job of doing the voiceover.
And they could hit.
If you like muscles and pumping, buy Hex now.
And thank me later.
You must do stakes. Stake it now.
Stake now.
We can always get Rick to just buy some Hex, Morty. Just buy a bunch of Hex, Morty. You're gonna thank me later. Stake it, Morty.
Yeah,
Damn,
do
that
it.
sounded just like him, dude. That was a good one.
What about Christopher Walken?
Jeez, Rick, I don't know, Rick. 5,555 days that's a lot of days, Rick. You know what? Like I don't think I've even been alive that long, and so
Come on.
That's a lot of days,
Don't be
Rick.
a baby.
Don't be a baby.
Like Patrick Stewart seems to be doing everything they're offering him, so he might be cheap.
Do Christopher Walken.
I mean, come on.
Is he the okay? So okay, do you guys know True Romance? I mean, I could do it, but I mean, there's too many bad words in there. Did you know that the Sicilians did so much fucking with? I can't say it, but I know what you're talking about. It changed the bloodline forever.
Talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
Let's get Danny DeVito in there.
Have you guys watched the movie True Romance?
Yep.
Of
course. Is White Boy there?
Great movie.
Is White Boy there? I didn't know it was fucking White Boy there. Is motherfucking White Boy there?
Jackie Chan would be pretty badass, yeah.
Trump would be the perfect voiceover.
How about Paul Hogan? That ain't a crypto. This is a crypto.
I'm the party poop.
I could reach out to one of my childhood friends, Alex Jones.
He's the man.
I grew up with that guy.
Yeesh. You want controversial marketing? Get that guy. Oh my god.
Dude, he's on point 90% of the time.
Funny story. He's been that way since we was in middle school together.
You went to middle school with him? Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, where'd he go? Where'd you guys go? Texas? Or
Yeah, right outside of Dallas. Yeah, Texas. But the guy I mean just a wild guy.
He's always
Love
been
to
like
fight. Love to fight. You know, didn't hang around nothing but black guys. Crazy guy. Crazy. He stayed on a lake, so his dad used to take us out skiing on his boat. And
That's wild,
yeah,
man.
just good people, man. Good people.
Yeah, he's a truth teller, but you know, the thing is, he says just enough outrageous things for the globalists or New World Order or the controllers or whatever you want to call them to let him do his thing. Yeah, because the way it works is like, I think it's better for the globalists to have that little 3-4% of the people to egg on the people that believe everything. I think they egg them on and make them dig even deeper into their convictions. So I think it's kind of a controlled opposition kind of thing. Because they get rid of whoever they want to get rid of when they want to get rid of them. All right, somebody agree or disagree?
There's freaking aliens out here. I'm telling you guys.
Yeah, and even if you don't give them a reason, that they'll find one. So yeah, if you're skating on thin ice, then that's even worse. Yeah.
No, I know what you're saying, but I think they want people like that around just to like kind of ruffle the feathers type of thing. So, because kind of like the way it would work is like, okay, let's just say you quote Alex Jones, or you
let's
say
not go down that road, Hexelberry. Come on now.
Okay,
Don't get
okay, all right.
Hexelberry going.
All
Don't
right,
get
all
him
right,
going.
You're right. Can I finish my statement?
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah, yeah.
Barry
Go
knows
ahead.
the
I will
rules, but
finish
he
my
likes to
statement then.
just get his conspiracy theories in all the time for some reason.
All right, I won't say anything then.
No. Finish it up. No, finish it up.
No, it's okay. I don't want to offend anybody or break the rules, so it's okay.
Oh my God. They sprinkle just a little bit.
Come on,
They'll
do
come
it.
after you. Do it.
Come on.
No. Somebody said that I always jump on here and I just want to ruffle feathers, and that's not what I'm intending to do. So I'll just leave it at that.
I didn't say that. What, did somebody else say that?
No, it was somebody else. It wasn't you.
Oh, okay.
So that somebody else, whoever it was, you won.
You're always like this, Hexelberry.
Yeah, I just want to keep the chat clean. We don't need conspiracy theories or opinions on that in this forum.
What an exciting Friday. Making my shit, it's only 10:30. Shit. I got another 6 hours.
12 o'clock somewhere. $2,000 mules, and I'll leave it at that.
Hey, if there's an admin on here, there's a few people who are looking at join the chat, John J UK and Cosmino Be the Bank.
So what do y'all think about, people not wanting to go back into the office from work? Uh, my girlfriend, she works at a huge insurance company, and she was just telling me, like, people that's working from home, they're quitting instead of going back in the office. What do y'all think about that?
I'm never going back in office.
I'm never going back either, man. Why? There's no point. There's so much opportunity to work remote.
So y'all think this is just going to be a thing of the future where people just not going to want to go into the office at all?
It depends on the type of job you have. Some jobs you have to go into the office.
Yeah, for security reasons and whatnot.
So I just read somewhere that Elon Musk gave people an ultimatum: either quit or come back in the office. That's kind of
Well,
crazy.
that's a how it works, though. I mean, he builds. Yeah, I mean that's not like a software company. That's all they do. I mean, how he builds cars, rockets, shit. You have to be there for that, right?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely job specific. I think we'll equalize, and the jobs that can be performed remote will definitely sway that way. But yeah, there's a necessary need for being in person and working with equipment that needs security and or labor like that you were saying.
Believe it or not, there are a lot of people out there that don't like to work remotely. They first prefer to be in the office because of camaraderie. So, that plays a factor also.
But even as we move forward, like car production or whatever, be run by, it's already like a lot of robots and stuff. So, I mean, once that capability comes to be remote completely with that, it'd be crazy.